Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. Evan floated in the snug dark of the kitchen, waiting for the last car to crunch down the lane before he dared move. Perfumed steam from the fryers still clung to the ceiling beams, stale grease, onions, malt vinegar, a faint trace of pickled eggs, everything left behind by a bustling Thursday night crowd. Jeremy, the landlord, had done his usual last circuit of the bar, shutters down, cash tin locked, cellar door bolted. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as though the pub itself might decide to unplug the beer lines in revenge for closing time. Jeremy always worried he'd forgotten something. In Evan's living years he thought the habit endearing. 5 years dead, he found it handy. Jeremy never spotted the draft of cold that rippled the curtains when Evan drifted in, never noticed the roost of shadows in the corner by the dartboard. And he certainly didn't notice an unquiet barman stationed at the window, Evan's window now, the exact spot where an ill-judged tug on a plastic pumpkin had pitched him to the parquet below, spine shattered like a dropped glass. Floorboards creaked. Evan held still. Jeremy locked the front door, rattled it twice, pocketed the key with the solemnity of a priest sliding a Bible into its case, then tottered to his van. Red taillights vanished round the bend. Count 5. Evan told himself. Then another 5 for luck. He materialized properly, an effort that felt like squeezing into trousers a size too small, folded the dish rag he had been hiding behind, and slipped out to the courtyard. There he propped a sandwich board against the ivy-clad wall. On its chalk face he wrote nothing visible to mortal eyes. One of the regulars, a hedge witch who could brew a sleeping draught from nettles and gin, had charmed the wood. To passers-by it read simply "Last orders called, thank you." To those whose pulse no longer quickened, or had never quickened to begin with, the message blazed. The Veiled Tavern presents Witching Hour Specials Midnight, 03:00. Half price on spirits of any provenance. Well-behaved familiars welcome, free water in silver bowls. Task complete, Evan drifted back behind the bay window. The glass still bore a faint spider-shaped crack from his fatal fall. Technically, because he had died here, he was anchored. On quiet afternoons he would press his face to the flaw and pretend he could feel autumn sun warming the sill as it had that last living morning. A pale leaflet had been left on table 4, a corner table under a wagon wheel strewn with cobweb fairy lights. Evan wondered if the pickled egg salesman had forgotten it. Then moonlight slid across the tabletop and he saw the border of lilies, the dates in neat serif. Ray Matthew Farrant. April 12, 1970 to October 15, 2024. Beloved friend, cherished colleague, devoted father. Fresh, Evan thought. Barely 2 weeks boxed and already his mourners are washing down nostalgia with best bitter. He felt a familiar pinch in the empty place that used to be his stomach, envy, pity, curiosity. Boo! Nails screeched down the outside of the pane. Even incorporeal, Evan jolted. He recognized the voice and the theatrical timing and groaned, not in fear but in resignation. He unlatched the window. The sash groaned upward. Kathy oozed through in sections, first a bent velvet hat steepled with rusty orange feathers, then a pair of glittering eyes and a grin smeared with blackberry lipstick, then her entire wiry frame draped in cobwebbed lace. A satchel shaped like a cauldron banged against the sill. Somewhere inside the bag something sloshed, something else rattled. Again with the scratching? Evan scolded, though it was impossible to keep the fondness from his voice. One night a gentleman at table 6 nearly had a coronary. She shrugged, vertebrae popping. Atmosphere, dear heart. You can thank me when word of mouth doubles your takings. She tapped the pane, long black talons, blunt at the ends. Costume, not claws. Kathy refused to grow old gracefully, said she was aiming for a dowager which stooped by 60. She'd likely manage it by next Michaelmas. Evan gestured at her bag. Those my tablets? Kathy rummaged. Out came a matchbox no bigger than a thumb. She set it beside the till. 12 left. Don't take more than one at once or you'll think you're still alive and we can't have that. Evan pocketed the box. Phantom pain flared down the columns of ribs that had snapped on the floorboards. You're a lifesaver, he said. After lifesaver anyway. Usual payment? My usual payment is Jeremy's best Rioja. She fished behind the bar for a bottle, found an Argentinian Malbec, shrugged, pulled the cork with her teeth, and filled a pint glass to the brim. Close enough. Evan watched her drink, polishing glasses all the while, a reflex left over from his mortal career. You can taste it? Not really, but I remember the taste. That's half the trick. Before either could say more, soot thundered in the chimney. A blur of membranous wings blundered out, scattering ash onto the rug. Evan slid the hearth shovel under the glowing crumbs. Evening, Edward. The bat fluttered a victory lap, shrank midair, and landed on a stool as a man in immaculate evening dress, shoes like polished ink, waistcoat with brass buttons, cape lining crimson as congealed blood. He was powder pale. He powdered himself anyway. Edward. Kathy lifted her glass in salute, then spoiled the politeness by adding, Or is it Teddy tonight? Edward shuddered. Name shortened with the neck, madam. Evan placed a crystal tumbler on a neatly folded napkin. Tomato juice, celery bitters, and, because Edward had to believe, just enough AB negative to tint the drink a convincing crimson. No garlic, a single celery stick artfully skewered. Edward sniffed, sipped his pleasure. Compliments to your sommelier, he said. Though can I persuade you to replace these napkins with linen? One does miss standards. Standards cost money, Evan said, drying a pine pot. Edward had lifted the order of service leaflet. Ah, another recruit. Freshly departed, Kathy confirmed. Car accident or something. She shrugged. Another warm body gone cold. Edward traced the name. He looks appetizing. His fangs showed, pearl chips behind pale lips. In life Edward had been some minor Georgian aristocrat. In undeath he remained equally fussy and undermothered. Evan's suspected mother was as undead as her boy but infinitely more practical, and that Edward escaped her manner only when she hibernated through winter. Evan was about to suggest they behave when Knox rattled the locked front door. Kathy cackled. No handle turns, mate! Try phasing! The latch jiggled again, followed by a muffled expletive. A hand, translucent, uncertain, poked through the oak planks. Evan recognized the birthmark on one transparent knuckle from the photo on the leaflet. Ray Farrant was already learning the first rule: doors are for the living. Almost there, Evan called soft so as not to spook him. Passing through walls took nerve. The trick was not to hesitate halfway. The newcomer's outline emerged like smoke pressed into human mold. Jeans, jacket, startled eyes. He blinked at the trio, which with wine mustache, vampire with napkin, ghost with bar cloth. Where? His voice snagged. Veiled Tavern's unofficial after-party. Kathy slid the leaflet across. You're the guest of honor, Ray. Ray read the dates, touched his chest, finally registered the absence of heartbeat. He didn't faint, strictly speaking he couldn't, but he swayed. Evans slid the newbie Negroni across the counter, equal parts vermouth, Campari, gin, topped with something he refused to describe. Helps with the realization, he promised. Ray took a cautious sip, winced. Tastes like pennies and Christmas. Then, because shock does peculiar things, he downed the rest. Edward stood, gave a courtly bow. Welcome to eternity. Advice: choose your companions wisely. With that he shimmered, shrank, and burst up the chimney in a gout of sparks. Ray flinched. Was that real? As real as anything, Evan said. Second round? Kathy patted the stool beside her, eyes sparkling behind coal dust lashes. Ray hesitated, but hunger for company outweighed caution. He settled, and she draped a companionable arm around his shoulders. Evan pretended not to notice her cauldron tipping forward, decanting more red into her glass and a splash into Ray's. The door thudded again, different rhythm. Evan peeked. Jeremy, back already, fumbling keys. Time had slipped. He turned to Kathy. Lock in? She grinned. I'll throw a glamour. He'll think the cellar leak's sprung again, be too busy mopping. Evan returned to the bar, polished another glass, and watched Ray relax by degrees as Kathy explained liquor laws for the dead, maze-like politics of covens, Edward's chronic Oedipal woes. Outside, Jeremy cursed descending stairs. Ash crackled in the grate. Midnight crept past. The Veiled Tavern breathed warm, secret life, no, unlife, around its newest regular. And Evan, polishing glasses he'd never again touch with living skin, felt something like satisfaction rise in the hollow where his heart had been. By the time I have finished telling this story, I hope you will understand why I still keep a hard hat hung on the peg inside my front door and why, even now, the smell of fresh-cut straw or unseasoned timber gives me a twinge behind the ribs. I have worked as an inspector for the Woodland Building Department, WBD on the forms, the department, to everybody else, for almost 3 decades. 27 years, 4 months, and a scattering of days, to be exact. During that time I have climbed up rickety ladders, pushed my way into half-finished tree houses, crawled beneath sagging cottages, and once rappelled down the side of a 500-foot beanstalk to photograph a load-bearing splice that should never have been approved. I have seen footings poured in mud, chimneys mortared with marshmallow creme, joists joined with chewing gum wrappers, roofs held together by faith and wishful thinking. Basically, if someone can build it wrong, I have stood beside it with a clipboard in my paws and pointed out precisely which section of the 2021 International Residential Code they were ignoring. And yes, I have heard every joke about wolves and huffing and puffing. Very amusing, thank you. It was less amusing on the afternoon when a slab of straw and daub wall collapsed onto my tail because the owner had used baling twine instead of proper galvanized ties. Workers' comp still sends me annual questionnaires. Rate your pain on a scale of 1 to 10. I give them a polite 3, and carry on. All of which is to say that on the morning an anonymous caller phoned our compliance hotline about 3 suspicious new houses in the Lower Woods district. No permits, no drawings, no anything. Nobody else in the office was surprised that the file landed on my desk. Zone 4 is my territory. High winds in winter, spring floodplain, clay soil that shifts if you look at it wrong, plus a zoning overlay for migratory owl habitat. Any house that goes up down there has to follow rules, and those rules keep families from losing roofs, foundations, or feathers. The file was thin, a roughly scribbled map, a few blurry photos, the caller's note. Structures appear unsound. I zoomed in on the first photo and felt my whiskers twitch. An A-frame built of straw? Not straw bales, which you can actually engineer to code if you know what you're doing, but loose straw bundled with twine and stacked like an overgrown scarecrow. The second photo revealed mismatched saplings nailed together without so much as a diagonal brace, let alone a sheer wall. I could almost smell the rot. The third structure was brick, good clay bricks, by the look of it, laid in something approaching level courses. Possibly legal, if everything below ground was as sturdy as the walls above. But none of them had come through us. That meant no stamped plans, no soils report, no certificate of occupancy. That meant risk, plain and simple. You don't wait a week when 40-mile-an-hour gales are in the forecast. Section 109.3 of our municipal code lets an inspector perform an immediate on-site safety check if he or she has reasonable cause to suspect imminent failure. I had cause. I set out at dawn in the department truck, a faded green pickup with the WBD seal on the doors and an emergency orange beacon on the roof. I wore the uniform khakis, steel-toe boots, and a blue polo with my name embroidered over the heart, B. Wolf, Senior Inspector. Folks sometimes raise eyebrows at that surname. Woodland is inclusive in theory, but more than once I have arrived on a job site to find an owner clutching hardware. Species stereotyping, they call it in the HR seminars. Gets worse if you are descended from a line of big bads, no matter how many continuing education certificates you hang on the office wall. At 9 sharp I pulled up outside the straw structure. It crouched under a willow's branches like a stack of harvest leftovers some child had hollowed for play. No gutter, no eave, no proper doorway, just a flap of rush matting hanging from a bent wood arch. I rapped on the frame. Loose stalks sifted down. "Inspection!" I announced, loud and professional. "Owner, please present yourself." A squeaking voice answered. "Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin." That, you will appreciate, is not an approved response. I tried again, stating my badge number, explaining the emergency clause. The occupant refused. I might have left a notice and returned with sheriff's deputies, but the wind gave me a nudge, a long, rising sigh through the willow, rattling stalk against stalk. I imagined that sound multiplied by 8 hours, 10 hours, 30, then by the first proper gale. The whole hut would shear apart. Straw in the creek, straw in the owl nest, straw tangled round every young sapling for half a mile. Testing lateral resistance is a delicate job. Normally you set up a calibrated hydraulic ram. Takes half an hour to assemble. But straw? A stern breath told me what I needed. I drew in air, just air, none of this media huff and puff nonsense, and exhaled across the wall. The wall bowed. Another breath and the uprights folded. The hut collapsed like a dandelion clock blown to wishes. Out sprinted a piglet in work overalls, squealing blue murder. It darted through the bracken and vanished toward hut number 2 before I could clip a violation notice to its non-existent doorpost. I logged the failure, photographed the debris, and drove 50 yards to the stick structure. The second house managed to be more ambitious and less competent at once. 2x06s, that is not a typo, balanced on unanchored stone pads. Rafters tied with garden string. Walls that might, in a kinder world, have become fence panels. I spied a rickety ladder inside leading to a half-loft heavy with unseasoned firewood. 2 tons of live load with no ledger board. The occupant, or occupants now, hissed insults through a slatted window. Again they denied entry. I documented infractions until the stylus in my tablet skipped across its screen. Then, carefully, steadily, and in full view of my body-worn camera, I placed my paws against the windward wall and loaded the frame. It shivered, protested, and surrendered. Timbers clattered like dry bones. 2 pigs burst out and fled, terrified. I was composing the stop work notice when I reached the brick house. This one sat on a shallow rise, brick to the eaves, neat mortar joints. The double-glazed sash windows looked store-bought. Someone had splurged on a slate roof. Promising, but the setbacks were too tight, the chimney lacked a cap, and there was no permit. No permit means no guarantees the footing is deep enough, no sign-off on the bond beam, no confirmation of the rebar count. In a floodplain, brick can become a tomb. I needed inside. The pigs, 3 now, bolted the door at my approach. I declared my authority a 3rd time. They shouted rhymes back. I warned of fines, injunctions, potential arrest for obstruction. They dragged furniture against the jamb. So I circled the house, checking weep holes and flashing joints, tracing hairline cracks near the northeast corner. That chimney drew my eye, freshly laid, mortar barely set, smoke curling lazily. No crown, no spark arrestor, no step flashing where it met the roof. Under City Ord 14 to 10 that chimney was a hazard. I had precedent to examine it. Now, an inspector normally performs chimney examinations with a drone or a cherry picker. Lacking both, I climbed, gloved paws on slate, careful of the ridge tiles. From the stack rose a warm updraft of spice-scented smoke. I called down, last chance for compliance. The pigs jeered. A reckless choice. What happened next took seconds. They stoked the fire, bellows wheezing, grate clanging. The flue flashed hot. I felt the draft reverse with a roar. I scrabbled, slipped, and yes, slid feet first into the chimney. Brick scraped my coat. Soot filled my eyes. The world flipped. I plunged toward a cauldron of boiling water they had placed as a trap. Only reflex saved me. I kicked against a damper shelf, wedged, retreated scorched but intact. When the departmental panel reviewed the footage, they found my entry within scope, though inadvisable. They fined the pigs for assault with a hot liquid. The pigs countersued for property damage. Lawyers circled. Our PR office issued bland statements about safety and community outreach. Somewhere amid depositions and injunctions, the real issue, 3 unpermitted builds in a hazard zone, vanished from headlines. Easier to paint me as the archetypal carnivore than to discuss drainage or snow load tables. Eventually, under threat of liens, the pigs hired a licensed contractor. He demolished the straw and stick heaps, relaid drainage, poured proper footings, strapped every joist, and rebuilt the brick house with code-compliant everything. I signed the certificate of occupancy myself. It stands solid to this day. I still drive past sometimes, on my way to an illegal treehouse or a badger set extended without underpinning. The brick house sits snug, shutters bright red, a wrought iron weather vane shaped like a wolf turning merrily above the chimney. A joke, I suppose? I let it pass. Vane ornaments are exempt from structural load calculations under Appendix H. If you take nothing else from my account, take this. Building codes are stories written in concrete, steel, and grief. Every clause hides a tale of someone hurt because a wall shifted or a beam snapped. I learned that young, when my grandmother's cottage collapsed under snow because the rafters were spaced too wide. She survived, but she never again lit her hearth without glancing upwards. I became an inspector so other families could sleep without wondering if the roof would fall. Yes, I huff and puff, metaphorically and sometimes literally, because the alternative is waking to sirens and splinters. One day soon I will hang up the hard hat. I have already bought a parcel in the 100-acre wood, with beloud glades and a stream chuckling through all the roots. The cottage plans are stamped, the footings dug, the concrete curing under blankets as I write. When I move in, I will invite the neighbors, owl, rabbit, a small bear fond of honey. I might even invite the pigs, provided they leave their prejudices at home. Meanwhile, I keep the sandwich board ready. Midnight to 3, spirits half price, familiars welcome. Because in this business, there is always another house of straw waiting for the first good gust of wind. Time wrapped itself around little Jamie Caliver the way the quilt wrapped around his shoulders, warm and confusing all at once. He was only 6, yet each day felt like a puzzle of seconds and minutes, and suddenly vanishing hours. He tried to keep track of them the way he kept track of marbles in his pocket, but they leaked through invisible holes and rolled under the furniture of the universe before he could count them twice. At bedtime, Jamie's parents followed the usual ritual. They pulled tight the curtains, left the door cracked just enough for hallway light to spill across the carpet, and set the night light glowing like a miniature sunrise on his dresser. Stuffed animals formed a loyal circle around him. Somewhere down the hallway, dishes clicked in the sink as his mother rinsed cocoa mugs. His father hummed a half-remembered song while putting away leftovers. Everything was safe. Yet Jamie's thoughts scurried faster than sleep. His teacher had scolded the class that afternoon for wasting time, and he could not shake the phrase. Could time be poured out of a pitcher by accident like juice? Could it be wiped up with a towel, or did it soak forever into the cracks between moments? Each breath in the dark seemed to ask another question. He whispered for his mother, then his father, then his older sister Kelly. No one appeared. Tick. 1 second lost. Talk. Another. The hallway light no longer soothed him. Shadows gathered on the opposite wall. Jamie pulled the covers high under his chin, but the darkness behind his eyelids was worse, swirling with numbers and clocks and half-understood equations his teacher had scribbled that morning. He vowed to stay awake until he solved the riddle, but drowsiness crept over him like fog. When his eyes closed, a dream opened. He stood in a chamber shaped like an hourglass turned on its side. One wall glowed white, the other swallowed light in velvet blackness. Floating digits drifted across each surface, 2, 4, 6 on the white wall, 5, 7, 9 on the black, never in order, never still. Above them tiny words hovered, the lost, the gained. Clocks turned without hands. Paintings hung where spirals of numbers twisted into shapes of birds and faces and spirals again. Jamie stepped forward, and the floor rippled under his sneakers like water. The black wall whispered of minutes spent waiting in grocery lines, of homework erased and rewritten, of crumbs brushed from tabletops. The white wall sang of summer afternoons, of the first slurp of chocolate milk, of cartoons watched beneath a blanket fort. The music of both walls blended into a strange harmony, sweet and sad, familiar and enormous. He reached out to touch a silver 8 drifting near his shoulder. It darted away, and suddenly a whirlwind of digits coiled around him. They pressed against his arms and legs, gentle yet insistent, as if guiding him toward a slot between the walls. The slot widened into a tunnel of swirling light. Before he could protest, he was tumbling through it, curled like a seed at the center of a cyclone. A cold tingle crawled up from his toes. His eyelids fluttered, and the dream disintegrated into early dawn. He woke to his mother's soft voice reading from a picture book about ancient Egypt. Light from the hallway kissed the page edges gold. And that is how the first astronomers watched the shadow of a pillar to measure each passing hour, she concluded, closing the book with a hush. She brushed a lock of hair from Jamie's forehead. Time can be counted, but it never turns back. Jamie blinked at her. The dream clung to him like cobwebs. But Mom, where did the man in the story go when he walked into the clock? He fell into a place with numbers on the walls. Was that real? Imagination, sweetheart, she said, smiling. A mind as bright as yours can travel to amazing lands. She kissed him and whispered, Good night, little time traveler. He stared at the ceiling while she tucked the quilt. Questions buzzed louder now that daylight seeped through the curtains. Did you waste time reading to me, Mom? Are those seconds falling into the black wall of lost? She sat on the edge of the bed, surprised by his grave tone. When we spend moments together, they aren't lost, Jamie. They change shape. They turn into memories, like pictures you keep in your head. Maybe they fade from sight, but they stay inside us. Jamie frowned. So seconds don't disappear? They just move? Maybe they drift to someone else, she said, thinking aloud. An astronaut in orbit or somebody on the other side of the world waking up when we fall asleep. The universe is big enough to use every second twice. He pictured a farmer in a dawn time zone stretching while he himself curled into sleep. That farmer might catch a second Jamie let go. The idea felt like sharing rather than losing. He yawned, heavy lids sliding shut. In his second dream, the white and black walls met seamlessly, no longer separate domains but one great canvas. Numbers from both colors fused into constellations that twinkled in a purple sky. Jamie followed a glowing path toward an ocean mirror where the moon wrote ripples across time. At the water's edge stood an older boy with familiar eyes, sketchbook in hand. The boy waved, beckoning Jamie to watch the tide pull moments to and fro like marbles in a tidal. When Jamie woke again, the bedroom clock showed 7:07 a.m. His mother's voice drifted from the kitchen, humming the tune his father had hummed the night before. Years unfolded the way calendars do, slow when you stare, swift when you look back. Jamie's questions about time only multiplied. He built sundials in the backyard, waited all night with a camera to capture star trails, read about Einstein and Hawking before his age hit double digits. He convinced the librarian to order books on atomic clocks and quantum gravity. Yet no equation satisfied the ache he felt whenever a sweet moment ended. At 14, Jamie programmed an alarm to chime every hour as a reminder to notice where his attention was. He discovered he spent too many minutes doom scrolling, so he taught himself to draw instead. At 16, he logged every afternoon painting clouds from the roof, letting sunlight fade across his sketchpad until streetlights flickered. Each brushstroke felt like rescuing one more second from slipping unseen into the black wall. College introduced him to calculus, philosophy, and heartbreak. A breakup made semesters stretch like rubber, yet dawn still arrived at its appointed tick-tock. One sleepless night he found the old Egyptian picture book in a box from home. On the inside cover his mother had written, "To Jamie, the bravest traveler I know, love Mom." He traced the letters and heard her voice explaining that seconds become memories. He decided to major in physics and art, refusing to choose between numbers and dreams. Professors shook their heads. but he kept showing up with notebooks full of differential equations alongside watercolor galaxies. He won a small grant to illustrate scientific concepts for elementary classrooms. The first poster he painted showed a child catching seconds like fireflies and releasing them into a sky shared by children everywhere. During graduate school, Jamie spent long nights in a lab, calibrating an optical cavity to measure nanosecond intervals. When fatigue blurred the digits on his screen, he would step outside onto the campus lawn and stare up at the same moon that once guided him down a hallway. He imagined seconds dripping from his fingertips into the grass, feeding roots that would outlive him. On the anniversary of his father's passing, Jamie flew home. He found his mother sitting in the garden, pruning dead blossoms. They talked until stars pricked through twilight. She asked if he still dreamed about walls of numbers. He laughed softly. Sometimes. They look different now. More like doors than barriers. He showed her a pendant he wore beneath his shirt, 2 tiny gears turning opposite directions inside a glass case. Loss, he said, touching one gear. Gain, tapping the other. They turned in synchrony. After his PhD defense, a journal invited Jamie to illustrate an article on time symmetry. He painted his dream chamber again, but merged the walls into a spiral staircase ascending into starlight. A child climbed, trailing ribbons of seconds sparkling like fireflies. The caption read, "Moments never die, they change address." The illustration traveled further than he expected. A space agency asked him to design outreach material for a Mars mission. Jamie grinned at the cosmic joke. Perhaps an alien on Mars would one day see a second he mislaid at school. He painted a red dust landscape where an astronaut released glowing numbers into pale sky, watched by Martian children. Late that year, Jamie's mother fell ill. He hurried home, carrying sketches to show her. At her bedside he described the Martian painting, the dust, the fireflies made of time. Her eyes sparkled behind oxygen tubing. "They're beautiful seconds, Jamie," she whispered. "Make sure none are wasted." After the funeral, Jamie returned to his childhood room. The nightlight still glowed, the curtains still closed at that comforting slant. He lay under the same quilt, now small across grown shoulders, and listened. The house creaked, clocks hummed, crickets sang beyond the window. Seconds flowed unchecked, yet each felt warm against his skin. In the half-dream just before sleep, Jamie found himself back in the chamber. The signs above the walls had faded. Where they once read the lost and the gained, new words glimmered. All given, all received. Totals no longer mattered. Seconds were gifts sliding back and forth like beads on a string. He traced a path toward the ocean mirror. On the shore stood a cat made of starlight, tail flicking. It meowed, a single bright note, and sprinted away into dawn. Jamie woke smiling. He rose, opened the curtains, and watched light flood across his desk. One more day started counting. Somewhere, perhaps on Mars, a child looked up at the same sun delayed by minutes of orbital geometry. Somewhere else an astronaut orbited above dawn. And in every heart that remembered a moment with love, a newly counted second glowed. Jamie boiled water for tea, knowing the kettle's whistle would mark another measurement. He did not worry about wasting it. The moment would travel, as all moments do, from hand to hand through the universe, never lost, only passed along. Sam never learned the title of the late-night movie that sparked his anxiety, and over the years he looked for it only half-heartedly, as if naming it would lend the memory more power. All he knew was that it had played on a local station sometime after 11 p.m. on a Friday when he was 8, and that his mother, who worked 2 jobs, had drifted off on the couch before the opening credits ended. The house had been silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and an occasional car rolling down their dim suburban street. Sam's older sister was away at a sleepover, his stepfather on a long-haul trucking route. For 1 hour and 42 minutes, the living room belonged to him and the glowing box in the corner. At first the film seemed harmless. Summertime hijinks, cheerful flute music, half-slapstick pranks between brothers at a lakefront camp. The boy who would later dominate Sam's imagination, blonde, gap-toothed, brimming with confidence, was simply one of several mischievous kids. Sam ate dry cereal from the box, imitating the on-screen laughter and imagining himself in that pine-scented world. Then the mood shifted. An accidental push became a tumble off a dock. The camera followed the blonde boy into dark water. In real life, Sam had never swum in anything deeper than the community center pool, but he felt the rush of cold as though he, too, had plunged. For a moment the boy surfaced, gasped, cried for help. Then a creak of the dock drowned his little voice. He vanished beneath a smear of moonlight. Bubbles floated up. Silence. The picture lingered on still, black water. No counselor on shore, no helping hand. Only distant loons called across the lake. Sam's breath caught in his throat. When the scene finally cut away to panicked campers running down a hill, Sam released a wheezy exhale that burned his lungs. His mother stirred at the noise, fumbled for the remote, and told him in a sleepy mumble to get to bed. When the screen went dark, Sam could not move. A weight pinned him to the lumpy cushion. He stared into the blank glass, expecting the drowned boy's face to reappear like a ghostly reflection. Only when his mother flicked on the hallway light did Sam shuffle toward his room, each step heavy with dread. He crawled under the blanket and pressed both palms against his chest, sure that if he loosened his grip the water from the film would pour into his lungs. For weeks after that, water frightened him in subtle ways. He held his breath in the bathtub each time the drain gurgled. He avoided garden hoses when neighborhood kids sprayed them across driveways. At school he lied about stomachaches to skip swim class, sitting on the bleachers with a towel around his shoulders, pretending to cheer for classmates. Yet what terrified him most were television reruns. The drowned actor had starred in a beloved series about a friendly alien. Whenever an episode popped up while channel surfing, Sam's body tensed. He knew the child star survived in real life, grew older, kept acting, yet the knowledge did not dim the panic. Laughter tracks underscored danger. Bright studio lighting felt like glare off a lake at dusk. By adolescence, Sam dismissed the memory as a childish exaggeration, but the sensation never fully faded. He learned to swim, dove from high boards at the municipal pool, even snorkeled during a family trip to Florida. In daylight, fear seemed laughable. At night, though, when infomercials flickered and silence pressed against bedroom walls, the drowning boy drifted back. Years passed. After community college, Sam applied for a low-level job at a television studio because he liked moving parts. Cameras sliding on rails, lights that had to be gelled and raised, cables to coil neatly like garden snakes asleep. He told friends he was just a production grunt. But he liked the word production. It implied something was always being made, and he could help make it. The studio produced regional commercials, talk shows, police training videos, nothing glamorous, yet the bustle felt important. He patched microphones to mixers, carried prop chairs, copied call sheets. Most days he filed notes and fetched coffee. Still, he considered the work honest and tangibly real, unlike the daydream world that had once betrayed him with false death. His coworkers called him thorough and unflappable, but two kinds of shoots rattled him: stunts with live fire and anything involving simulated drowning. Fire tested him because sparks reminded him of late-night static flashes before the drowning scene. But water scenes were worse. He hated how sets smelled like chlorine and plastic tarps, how air dampness clung to skin. He avoided complaining because in production you did your job. A crewmate once teased, "Sam's got a thing about water." Sam shrugged it off with a joke about soggy socks. On a muggy Tuesday in July, a director named Claudia booked Studio C for a music video. She requested a clear acrylic tank the size of a compact SUV, filled waist deep so an actress could appear submerged. Sam joined the build crew early, wheeling in aluminum lighting stands while grips erected the tank. Claudia paced with a tablet, dictating angles. Sam kept eyes on cables, not on the water tolling quietly in the wide vessel. When Claudia asked him to check depth, his pulse ticked. He measured with a yardstick, relaying dimensions in a calm voice. His hand trembled, but nobody noticed. During rehearsal, Sam monitored the boom mic, trying not to stare at the actress who floated in vintage lace. Claudia called. Action! And the actress exhaled, sank, then let limbs drift as if sleeping beneath lily pads. Each take required 40 seconds underwater. At first Sam kept busy wrapping cables. Then the image of the boy resurfaced, blonde hair fanning in dark water, eyes open, mouth forming bubbles. Sam gripped a sandbag to still himself. Back home that evening he microwaved noodles, unable to taste them. Steam curled up like the drowned boy's last breath. He set the bowl down and paced his apartment. At 2:15 a.m., jolted awake from dreams of endless blue corridors, he scribbled on a sticky note. Call in sick. At dawn he wadded the note and went to work anyway. A month later Claudia hired the studio again for pickups, but the water tank had been returned to storage. Sam sighed relief, until the assistant director asked him to deliver a props crate to the back lot where Claudia was shooting B-roll beside a public fountain. When Sam arrived, Claudia chatted with a man in casual clothes, sleeves rolled. Sam recognized the face before the name. It was the actor, the boy who had drowned on screen, grown into a lean man with a light beard. He laughed easily, gesturing at the fountain, explaining something about camera focal lengths. Hearing that laugh jarred Sam more than any nightmare. He set the crate down. Claudia waved him over. Sam, meet Kyle Rivers. You probably saw him on TV back in the day. He's directing second unit for me. Sam's tongue stuck. Kyle offered a handshake. His grip was warm, dry. Thanks for hauling gear. We'll need the rubber ducks soon. Sam nodded too sharply. Huge fan. The lie stung. Kyle's gaze was steady, kind. Within an hour Sam fetched battery packs, duct tape, coffee. Kyle thanked him twice, shooting pickups swiftly. Between takes he hummed tunelessly. No arrogance. No hint of what Sam expected from a figure that haunted him. Back at soundstage, Sam Googled Kyle Rivers movie lake scene, but found only fan forums praising a gut-wrenching child death for PG-13 audiences. Someone linked an interview clip. Sam clicked. On screen, 20-year-old Kyle joked with a host about filming cartoons, then grew somber. The lake scene was rough, he said. I couldn't swim yet. They used divers in a harness, but I panicked anyway. It taught me something. You respect what scares you, but you don't let it stop you. The audience applauded. Sam rewatched that sentence until words blurred. Respect what scares you. He whispered it while winding cables. 2 years later Sam was dating a set painter named Lily. She loved kayaking at dawn. On their 5th date, she invited him to a reservoir ring by Sycamore. Sam froze. Lily noticed. Not a water guy. He described his childhood movie trauma in clumsy fragments. Lily listened, thumbs circling his wrist. We can paddle near shore, she said. If you hate it, we picnic instead. Sam agreed, though his stomach soured. That dawn, fog hovered low. Lily set them in a tandem kayak. Life vests snug, they glided over glassy water. Sam's pulse hammered. He focused on paddle rhythm, dip, pull, lift. After 20 minutes Lily rested her paddle across her lap and pointed at a heron stalking shallows. The bird's stillness mesmerized him. A breeze rippled water. Sam inhaled fragrance of wet cedar and felt surprise. Okay. They beached on a pebbled inlet. Lily unpacked muffins. Sam's legs shook stepping onto land, but exhilaration bloomed behind ribs. You did it, Lily said. He laughed, half tearful. That winter they moved into a house with squeaky floors and a clawfoot tub. Sam bought lily-patterned shower curtains as a joke. He still worked production, now lead assistant. Claudia and other directors requested him. Once, Claudia asked him to supervise an underwater shoot in a dive pool. He considered declining, then said yes. He took aquatic safety training, learned hand signals, oversaw rigging. The stunt performer surfaced smiling. The crew clapped. Sam logged the day as both exhausting and oddly normal. On a quiet Sunday evening Lily nudged him on the couch. Look! The news banner on her tablet read. Former child star Kyle Rivers dies at 34. Cardiac condition. Peaceful. Sam pressed fingers to lips. A pulse of sorrow, then a tide of memory, the drowning scene, the handshake, the line about respecting fear. Sam's chest ached. He stood, fetched water, stared out the window where streetlights glowed like moons on asphalt. He whispered, "Thank you," to glass. That night the ocean dream returned but changed. Sam floated under clear water, sunlight filtering like lattice. He saw Kyle, boy and man fused, treading nearby. Instead of panic, Sam felt buoyant. Kyle tilted his head, as if asking, "Are you okay?" Sam nodded. They kicked upward. Breaking the surface, Sam woke smiling. Months later Sam visited his hometown, stopping by the closed Winn-Dixie building now plastered with real estate signs. He pressed a palm to dusty glass. Inside remained faint outlines where produce shelves once stood. He pictured his 8-year-old self gripping a cereal box, sudden tremor of imaginary footsteps behind aisles. He placed the memory gently like a photograph in an album, then walked away. Back at work, a new hire asked why equipment bins were numbered out of sequence. Sam told her about a flood years ago, how labeling changed. She laughed. "Water curses everything, huh?" Sam grinned. "Maybe," he said. "Or maybe it just reminds us to pay attention." On his 33rd birthday, Lily surprised him with scuba lessons. This time he said yes without pause. In a heated pool, instructor Tess taught mass clearing, regulator recovery. Sam's heartbeat thrummed in ears but steadied. Tess led him down to the tiled bottom. He knelt, breathing compressed air, marveling at bubbles curling skyward. Lily gave a double thumbs up. Sam pressed palm to chest. "I'm okay." Underwater, time felt syrupy. He remembered the drowning scene but now viewed it like footage in an editing suite, angles, cuts, artificial storm machine. He pictured younger Sam on that sofa, cereal dust on pajama collar. "You'll be fine," he told that boy. Bubbles carried the words upward. Training progressed to quarry dives amid sunken trees. On Sam's 5th open water session, Tess guided him to an old school bus shell. Inside, algae shivered. Light shafted through broken windows. Sam hovered in weightless quiet. In the driver's seat sat a carved wooden mannequin strapped by cables, part of a rescue drill. Its painted grin flashed. Sam thought of Kyle, fearless, terrified, then fearless again. Breaking surface, Sam whooped. Lily surfaced laughing. Tess clapped rubber-gloved hands. Sam's fear didn't vanish. It reshaped into respect. He caught himself daydreaming about helping design safer water sets. He enrolled in a weekend course on stunt rig coordination. He drafted a memo for Claudia about new emergency breather rigs. On a warm May afternoon, Sam drove through city traffic listening to a podcast about child actors and resilience. The host quoted Kyle Rivers, recorded 6 months before his death. "Our younger selves hand us keys to locked rooms. We spend adult life deciding whether to open the doors." Sam hummed agreement. He parked near a river trail, met Lily and their dog, and watched kayakers glide. He shouted paddle tips. Lily teased that he'd become a water snob. Sunlight gilded ripples. Sam's chest felt broad enough to hold both past panic and present peace. He could still recite the fear, frame by frame, but it no longer pinned him. It simply rode along like a caution sign on the roadside, useful but not paralyzing. That evening he stood at the kitchen sink rinsing scuba gear. Water pooled warm. He traced circles on the wet neoprene and pictured the drowned actor's eyes, no longer wide with terror but soft with understanding. Sam nodded to the memory and let water swirl down the drain, sparkling under overhead light. He didn't need complete erasure of dread. He needed the knowledge that dread could coexist with courage. On the coffee table lay the scuba certification card he'd mail tomorrow. Next to it, Lily had placed a tiny plastic figure she'd found in a thrift store, a blonde cartoon boy in a life jacket, holding a paddle. A joke, a talisman, maybe both. Sam dried his hands, picked up the figure, and set it atop the TV. The boy faced forward, as if ready for the next scene. Outside, rain began, tapping roof shingles like distant applause. Sam switched off lights, headed to bed. The hallway felt quiet, weightless, neither lake nor nightmare, just hallway. He paused at the doorway, exhaled, and stepped into dark on his terms, carrying every bright reel of life still to come. Sarah's thumbs hovered over the digital keyboard, the pale glow of her phone screen coloring her face in eerie blue. The rest of the studio apartment remained dark. Outside, only the lazy hum of traffic and one persistent cicada kept her company. She sat cross-legged on the edge of her bed, laptop still open on the desk across the room, casting a faint, dying light on a stack of dog-eared notebooks. At the top of the notes app, a single blank line waited. She inhaled, trying to settle her pulse. A soft clink sounded as the ice in her untouched glass of water shifted. It reminded her of Marina's whiskey glass and the hotel's cold air conditioning. Leverage. Don't spoil yourself with it. She could practically hear Marina's silky voice repeating the warning. Sarah's thumbs started moving. If you are the one who writes through my computer at night, meet me tomorrow, midnight, at Cedar and 9th. Back table. No cameras. No press. I only want the truth. She stared at the words for nearly a minute. Her first instinct was to delete them. A shiver tugged at the base of her neck as if the apartment's shadows were leaning closer. What was she doing? This invisible collaborator, this supposed entity, had rescued her career from the razor's edge more than once. It might have been reckless to prod it directly. But after weeks of journalists parking vans outside her building, after being escorted through back doors to avoid paparazzi, after losing her job and nearly destroying her best friendship with Jamie, she was tired of half measures. She needed clarity or closure, whatever form it came in. A dull chime rang from the kitchen as the old refrigerator cycled off. Sarah tapped send and watched the text slingshot into the digital ether. She had no email address, no phone number, no direct line to whoever, or whatever, was working through her laptop. All she had was superstition, an open computer, a loose plan, and the hope that her words might reach the other side. She placed the phone on her nightstand, propped a pillow behind her back, and listened to her heartbeat pulse inside her ears. The darkness seemed thicker tonight. She remembered childhood hide-and-seek games in her grandparents' long corridor, how every footstep echoed. That same hush filled the studio now, frail walls muffling the city beyond. The only difference was her age. Grown-ups weren't supposed to fear dark hallways. Somewhere a floorboard creaked. A neighbor, probably. Sarah switched off the phone's screen, lay back, and forced herself to breathe slowly until sleep dulled her sense of dread. Morning was harsher than usual. Light sliced through the blinds, striping the duvet in pale gold. Sarah's phone buzzed. Jamie again. 5 missed calls and 3 texts in rapid succession. You need to pick up. They're running another segment tonight. Call me. Now. Sarah didn't reply. She padded to the bathroom, splashed water on her face, and stared at her reflection. Purple half-moons underlined both eyes. Her cheeks looked sharper, somehow. Exhaustion had done its sculpting. She remembered when interviews had been a thrill. At first, those harsh white studio lights felt like validation. Somebody believed she had something to say. Now they were interrogation lamps. She brewed coffee, ignoring a new ping from Marina's number. Instead, she studied the blank browser window on her laptop. No fresh drafts in her word processor, no midnight edits to surprise her. Whoever, or whatever, had been ghostwriting seemed to have paused. Maybe it was waiting. A knock startled her. She flinched, spilling coffee onto her wrist. Swearing, she dabbed at the burn with a damp towel and approached the door. No one appeared through the security peephole, but an envelope lay on the floor, crisp ivory against scuffed linoleum. Her name was written in looping pen strokes she didn't recognize, Sarah. She opened the door. The hallway was empty. Back inside, she slit the envelope. One sheet of paper, thick and smooth, unfolded. The message was handwritten in the same elegant script. Cedar and 9th. Midnight. Alone. Her pulse raced. She had no doubt. This was an answer to the plea she typed in bed. Whoever delivered it had either uncanny timing or had been lurking in her hallway. She checked the backside, blank. No signature, no threats. Just that place and that hour. She pressed the sheet to her chest for a moment, then tucked it under a heavy book on the desk. Her mind whirred with logistics. She needed to get through an entire day of phone calls, of dousing rumors, of fielding Jamie's fiery concern. She needed to survive until midnight. Sarah forced herself to work. She drafted reluctant apologies to her agent, who had left 2 voicemails about canceling a meeting with Holly's Publishing's legal department. She sent an IOU coffee text to Jamie, promising to explain everything tomorrow. She turned off Marina's call for the 3rd time, unwilling to play cat and mouse with the TV personality's obsession for headlines. When evening slid in and the city lights brightened, she changed into dark jeans, a charcoal jacket, and tucked her hair into a low cap, anything to avoid recognition. Cedar and Ninth was a quiet corner of an older neighborhood, the kind where mosaic tiles still decorated aging storefronts. She arrived at 11:45 p.m., earlier than instructed, her breath a faint cloud in the cool October air. A half-moon hung above street lamps, its cold glow paling neon signs. The only open establishment was a 24-hour diner, its red-lettered sign flickering, Piper's. She peered through the window. The place was empty except for a waitress arranging silverware at the far end. A bell jingled when Sarah stepped inside. Warm, grease-scented air enveloped her. Vinyl booths lined both walls. A jukebox hummed but played no tune. The waitress looked up, offered a polite nod, then resumed wiping down a countertop. Sarah walked toward the back, heart thudding. 3rd booth from the kitchen sat a figure in a gray hoodie, head bowed over a steaming mug. She recognized nothing of them, no features, no posture, yet an odd familiarity pinched her gut. She hesitated. The figure reached out and tapped the vinyl seat across from him, wordless invitation. She slid in. The hood stayed up, hiding much of the stranger's face. Steam curled between them, carrying the scent of black coffee. For a while neither spoke, as if rehearsing lines silently for a play. Finally Sarah murmured, Are you the one?" A faint chuckle drifted from the hood. "The one who finishes your sentences?" Her lungs froze. The voice was calm, of indeterminate age and pitch, like a radio tuned between stations. She swallowed. "Why me? What do you want?" "I want what every storyteller wants," the figure whispered. "To be heard. To be read. And I chose you because you needed a voice." The head tilted slightly. "And I needed hands?" Sarah tried to steady trembling fingers. "You wrote the proposal, the chapters, everything?" The figure's shoulders rose, almost apologetic. "I shaped what you dreamed, Sarah. You'd leave scraps, ideas, outlines. I gave them life." A glint of eyes below the hood caught light, unusual, silvery, reflecting the neon sign like small moons. "But it was always for you, never instead of you. People think I stole it. You accepted a gift." She nearly laughed. "A gift that cost me my job, my privacy, your comfort zone," the stranger interjected. "Those who build empires rarely do so comfortably." Sarah's retort died on her tongue. Something about the cadence, precise, lyrical, reminded her of sentences she'd reread in her own documents, paragraphs admired yet never recalled composing. Those had been this entity's handiwork. She leaned forward. "Who are you?" Silence again, thick as syrup. Then, "Someone you invited." "I never." "Yes," the stranger said, voice softening. "You did, that first night you fell asleep on the keyboard. You sighed, half awake, said, 'I wish someone would finish this for me.' Wishes are doors, Sarah." The words sent gooseflesh skittering up her arms. She remembered muttering something like that, face on the cold keys, brain foggy with exhaustion. "What are you?" she whispered. The hood lowered, revealing features that shifted like candle shadows, sometimes sharp, sometimes blurred, eyes gleaming with star-blank reflections. It was as though the stranger wasn't bound to one form but many, possibilities flickering. "Call me a muse," they said, "or a ghost of language if you like. In old eras, scribes felt hands guiding theirs, painters talked of unseen teachers. I'm no menace unless neglected. The lips tipped into a small, sad smile. I feared you'd abandon writing altogether under the yoke of deadlines. So I helped. A mug began to rattle in Sarah's grasp. She set it down quickly. So, Marina has one, too? She did. She lost it. The stranger traced a fingertip along the table's edge, leaving no mark. She renamed it Leverage. A shudder rippled through Sarah. The stranger's tone thickened with sorrow, or warning. If a muse becomes barter, they explained, it turns parasite. Marina is caught in that bargain. Sarah pictured Marina's tired eyes beneath glittering eyeshadow, the whiskey, the restless scribbling on interview scripts. Then why tell me? Why meet me? To give you choice. The stranger folded pale hands. I can still assist if your purpose is true, to write, to share, to invent worlds. But if you aim only to hoard acclaim, you will lose me. And without guidance, voices like mine grow hungry. They consume. Suddenly Sarah remembered lines from her own novel, eerie descriptions of spirits wearing skin of ink, devouring pretenders. She chalked them up to a sudden burst of late-night creativity. Now she realized they'd been cautionary. She inhaled shakily. I don't want fame for its own sake. I just wanted to keep my job, to stay afloat. Now I only want truth. Then claim authorship, real authorship. Finish what you begin. Ask for help, but never hide from the work. Sarah nodded slowly. If I write honestly, will you stay? I will whisper, the muse said. You were right. A faint glow flitted in their irises, vanished. Tonight you will sleep. Tomorrow you will open a new draft. No stolen outlines, no anonymous attachments. A blank page. Start there. The kitchen bell dinged, an order ready. When Sarah glanced back, the muse was already slipping from the booth. A hushed swirl of air replaced their form. She choked a protest, but the diner remained empty except for the waitress, who hadn't noticed anything amiss. Sarah stumbled outside. Cold night swallowed her, city sounds distant. No sign of the figure under streetlights. Not even footprints on the damp pavement. Home felt different, even with its peeling paint and buzzing fridge. She shut the laptop, closed every tab, deleted old files. She opened a pristine document and let the blinking cursor breathe. No words yet. That was okay. She slept deeply for the first time in weeks. At dawn, sunlight spilled over her desk, pale gold replacing harsh laptop blue. She brewed coffee, seated herself, stretched her fingers. The beating in her chest resembled quiet excitement rather than dread. No mysterious drafts appeared while she slept. But in the margin of the blank document, one sentence shimmered, gray italics faint as dust motes. Trust your own voice. She smiled, placed both hands on the keys, and began to write. Months passed. Public interest drifted to fresher scandals. Marina pivoted to an exposé series on political intrigue, leaving Sarah's saga behind. Holly's Publishing reopened discussions, this time for a different project, one Sarah proposed herself, outlined by daylight, revised over weeks rather than stolen hours. The ghost wasn't gone. Sometimes in the small hours she sensed a soft nudge toward a better metaphor, a stronger verb. But she did the typing, the retyping, the scowling at messy paragraphs. She called Jamie for feedback. She returned messages on time. Her new novel launched quietly, no sensation, no front-page scandal. Yet early reviewers called it honest, slowly spellbinding, a portrait of redemption. Sales were modest but steady. Sarah attended a single interview, where she spoke of labor, fear, and the beauty of collaboration, between living editors, supportive friends, and the intangible spark all writers chase. No mention of muses or ghosts. Just gratitude for every influence. Late one night, after signing a small stack of paperbacks for a local shop, Sarah stayed at her desk, listening to the hum of the city. She whispered, "Thank you?" The screensaver glimmered, drifting stars that aligned just once into a faint smile before swirling apart. Sarah grinned. She closed the laptop, rinsed her mug, and turned off the lamp. The darkness of her office felt wide and calm, not navy and suffocating. A partner, unseen, walked alongside, softly, respectfully, ready to create, not commandeer. And Sarah, no longer drowning in deadlines, felt her own words carry her to shore. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Grandma always liked to tell stories while she shelled peas at the kitchen window, but the one she repeated most often was about the morning the fog rolled in for the very first time. She said she was no older than 20 when it happened. She was on her way back from hanging the laundry behind the cottage, arms aching under a wicker basket piled with bedsheets, when she saw a wall of gray climbing the sea like an animal pulling itself onto the rocks. By the time she reached the back door, the fog had already hidden every fishing boat, every gull, and every shimmer of sunlit water she had known her whole life. It never left after that, not for a season, not for a day, not even for an hour. Almost 70 years have come and gone since then, and the fog still sits on the water in a perfect, unmoving line, a second horizon that refuses to rise or fall. People in neighboring towns call our home the peninsula under a blanket. They arrive by bus or by truck, always over the narrow land bridge that curves behind the hills, because anyone who has tried to cross the water straight on, by sail, by motor, by floatplane, has ended up turning around. Those who push farther tell of unearthly shapes in the murk, of currents pulling sideways, of compasses spinning like tops. Legend says the fog was born after some foolhardy thief plucked a pearl from the crown of the sea dragon and took it ashore. The dragon, enraged, breathed a smoke that clung to the tide and darkened the sky. Nobody ever saw that jewel, and nobody knows if the dragon itself is real, but we have all grown up cursing or fearing the fog just the same. When I was small, Grandma searched the shoreline most evenings, letting her toes sink into wet sand while she squinted out at the pale nothingness. I remember thinking she had stronger eyes than the rest of us. She could thread a needle without lifting her glasses, yet every year her own vision grew cloudier. If anyone deserved to see past the fog, it was her. But the world had a cruel sense of humor. The thicker the shadow on the water, the hazier her gaze grew. Still, she would shuffle down the beach and sift handfuls of pebbles, hoping to feel the perfect round weight of a lost pearl. I left town at 18. I promised Grandma I would come back with answers. 10 years in university halls took me farther from the coast than I ever expected. In those fluorescent laboratories I learned the chemistry of seawater, the architecture of fish gills, the way even a single degree of temperature can redraw the map of ocean life. I told my professors about the fog. They shrugged. A localized anomaly, maybe updrafts, maybe a dormant vent, maybe an illusion. None of their guesses felt right, and none of them felt like enough. When my master's diploma was pressed into my palm, I boarded the first train home and stared through the window the whole ride, watching the countryside shift from concrete to cedar until, at last, the tracks curved toward the distant smell of salt. I returned with a weather-beaten suitcase, a second-hand microscope, and too many theories to fit in the notebook zipped inside my jacket. The first breath of sea air stung my nose, and the fog greeted me like an old rival. It still hovered at sea level, a smooth band of gray lit from behind by a sun that never managed to burn through. It was morning yet looked like twilight, and I felt the same thrill I used to feel when I pressed my face to the harbor rail as a child. Grandma met me on the porch. Her silver hair was tied with a ribbon the color of tide glass. She hugged me without words, her shoulders trembling. I felt how frail her arms were, how hollow her thin cotton dress had become around her frame, and I knew my time to keep the promise was slipping through an hourglass already half spent. That afternoon I cleared space in her old garage, sweeping sawdust, stacking boxes of rusted nails, rolling away a cracked canoe. In the corner I set up a folding table and a battered stool. My lab. The microscope rested in the center like a tiny lighthouse. I hung a bare bulb above it, replaced the cord 3 times before it stopped sparking, and taped graph paper to the wall. I labeled one column shell color and another gill width. I was ready. Most mornings began the same way. I rose before dawn, dragged a cart of sampling jars down the gravel slope, and knelt at the tidal while the waves hissed over my boots. Every new creature that washed ashore intrigued and unsettled me. A crab with legs as long as knitting needles and eyes sealed shut by a milky film. A snail with a shell so thin the sunlight passed through it like honey through glass. A jelly no larger than a coin yet pulsing with an almost mechanical rhythm, as if it ran on clockwork instead of muscle. I measured them, weighed them, photographed them, then preserved them in vials of ethanol that clouded my small workbench. Each evening I wrote notes until my fingers cramped. The town hardly changed in 10 years. The same windy lanes, the same cedar shingle roofs bleeding salt down their siding, the same crooked weather vane outside Barnacle's barrel, though its paint had flaked into little scales. Barnacle's barrel belonged to Murphy now as much as it had when I was a teenager sneaking in after curfew. He was thicker in the waist, but his beard still smelled of pepper and seaweed. He still poured half measures for tourists and heavy ones for locals. And my grandmother, Franny to anyone who had sat a second round, still claimed the stool at the corner of the bar, the one with the cushion so patched it looked like a quilt. She drank ginger tea with a splash of dark rum, joked that it tasted like storm clouds but kept her bones from rattling. My day ended, always, by walking into that dim room, hearing the bell above the door jangle, and seeing Grandma's posture lift the moment she recognized my footsteps. "Hey, Chi-Chi," Murphy would call, sliding me a towel to wipe sand off my hands. I would tip my jar of notes in greeting, then bend to whisper, "Time to go home, Grandma. The gulls are roosting." She never argued. She'd slip the tea glass back to Murphy, tuck her scarf around her chin, and take my elbow. Her shoes left 2 slim tracks beside mine up the dune path. Our rhythm felt solid until the day she went missing. I replayed that afternoon in slow motion, me on the beach, hunched over an orange-scaled fish no longer than my forearm, tweezers poised to pluck a shed scale for analysis. That fish glowed in the half-light, its color richer than any species I had catalogued. I turned it gently, noting the transparent membrane across its eyes. I imagined a world where sunlight never reached. What pigment would survive? What senses would sharpen? The hush around me deepened, and when I finally secured the specimen in my chilled container, the tide had climbed higher than I realized. I was packing my ruler when a flicker at the edge of my vision made my heart stutter. A gap, so clear, so blue, it looked like a window punched through a wall of smoke. But when I faced it, the opening closed, replaced by the familiar drape of gray. I thought of heat ripples over summer asphalt, of optical tricks. Yet something tugged inside my chest, a thread tied to a memory I could not name. I fingered the small gold locket under my shirt. Grandfather's keepsake. He had slipped it into my palm the night fevers took him. "For Franny, when the tide pulls her steps slow," he whispered. I had never opened it. His voice made me vow to wait, to trust that the right moment would shine like a lighthouse beam. Sometimes the chain felt heavier than its weight should allow. Other times I forgot it was even there, until fear or doubt set me reaching for its familiar warmth. That day I returned up the bluff, intending to find Grandma, share lunch, and describe the strange fish. Barnacle's barrel smelled of salt and lemon peel. Murphy's frown told me my routine had cracked. When he said she had gone to watch me work, I felt the floor tilt. I ran, leaving footprints like exclamation marks behind me. The path blurred, my lungs burned, I tasted metal on my tongue. On the beach my eyes swept left, right, left again, seeing only rolling mist and the restless line where sea met shore. I shouted her name until it fractured with the wind. Then, the same glimmer of blue-green. This time it held its shape, wide as a door, close as a breath. Bubbles ticked upward within it. I stumbled forward, hardly aware of water soaking my trousers. Gray hair fanned beneath the surface, tethered to a shape cloaked in an orange shawl. The cry that left my throat felt foreign, as though another voice borrowed my mouth. Cold shock numbed my arms as I dragged her from the waves. Her pulse was a faint echo, her chest was still. I begged her to breathe, pressed my lips to hers. The air I pushed into her seemed to vanish. My tears fell in tiny salt beads on her pale cheek. I clutched her hand, and the locket's chain cut into my fingers. Without thinking, I opened the tiny clasp that had remained untouched for a decade. Inside, the pearl lay like a frozen tear. The note, folded so tight it was almost weightless, shook in my damp grip. I read the words once, twice, again. Franny, I'm sorry I took this from you all these years ago. I wanted nothing more than to be with you forever, and I knew that as long as you didn't have your pearl, you would have to stay here on land with me. I hope one day you can find it in yourself to forgive me. Love. Jeremiah. My grandfather had stolen the dragon's pearl? My mind reeled. The tales of the thief were never concrete, but in that instant I saw my grandfather as a young man, saw him pocket a lustrous orb while the surf hissed warning. Love, he wrote. Not greed. Yet love born of fear. Fear of losing the woman he cherished to the call of the sea. He had chained the fog to our coast and anchored her spirit to the land in one desperate gesture. I slid the pearl into Grandma's slack hand. Her fingers were so cold that my own felt ablaze. I am giving it back, I whispered, though I did not know who heard me. I closed her hand and pressed it to her heart. My tears blurred the world. Light burst, not pale, not harsh, but vivid, azure and emerald pouring through air. Heat rippled out, not burning but alive, pushing me back as sand spiraled. When brilliance faded, my grandmother was gone. In her place coiled a creature of myth. A dragon, but shaped like every tide and current, its scales layered like shingles of deep-sea glass. Its eyes held galaxies. Its teeth flashed moonlight. Yet, in that colossal gaze I felt no threat, only recognition. A bow of sorrow, of gratitude. My knees buckled. The dragon dipped its head, then slid toward the waves. Where its vast body passed, the fog split, rolled back, dissolved. As if it inhaled all the shadow it had exhaled for 70 years. Sun spilled across water so clear it stole breath. The sea glittered turquoise and jade. Coral forests rose like cities just offshore, spires, arches, living cathedrals. Fish streaked among them, ribbons of crimson, sparks of gold. The colors were too bright after a lifetime of gray. I stepped into the shallows until water kissed my knees. It was warm and vibrating with life. Voices broke behind me, astonished shouts, laughter, sobs. Villagers poured down the path, pointing, embracing. Elders collapsed to their knees, their faces rivers of tears, seeing again the sea of their childhood. Children squealed at the sight of dolphins leaping beyond the reeds. Boats long trapped at dry dock were already being pushed toward new water. The horizon, once a dead wall, was a living edge that promised more world beyond. I felt a wind brush my ear, and in it rode Grandma's farewell. Thank you, Chi-Chi, the name that only she said with such tenderness. My chest filled not with grief but with a sparkling ache, a mingling of joy and loss so pure it felt like sunlight through glass. The weeks that followed were gold, and strange. Scientists arrived by the dozen, setting buoys, testing salinity, mapping reefs. I guided them, my notes, suddenly priceless. The town drew curious travelers. Cottages lit up with new business. Fishermen found shoals teeming with unseen species whose scales mirrored the sky. At night the sea glowed with plankton like fallen stars. I returned to the beach each dawn, still collecting, still studying. But I also listened, to the hush inside seashells, to the laughter of children learning to swim in waters their parents never touched, to the low drone that sometimes rose from the horizon at dusk, like a distant lullaby sung by something vast and kind. I kept the locket. The note stayed inside, though salt had smudged the ink. I wore it not from duty but as a reminder, love can bind or free, and knowledge without compassion blinds like fog. When the chain warmed against my skin I pictured Grandma gliding beneath turquoise waves, scales gleaming where her shawl once fluttered. She was both the girl who chased pearls and the dragon who guarded tides. Sometimes I waded past the reef, holding my breath in blue silence. And every so often, when the light bent just right, I saw a serpentine shadow far below, circling coral towers. It never surfaced, it never needed to. But in its slow coil I recognized a greeting. I would press my palm to the water, a silent answer of love returned, love released. Our town found its place on new maps. The coastline, once a dead-end detour, became a passageway again. Ferries carried students, merchants, dreamers straight across waters that now sparkled like liquid glass. Yet even with crowds returning, dawn at the shore still felt holy. I would open my notebook, sketching new fish with scales like citrus and sapphire, and think of Grandma's steadfast silhouette against the old gray. She waited a lifetime for clearing. In giving back what was never ours, we cleared not only the horizon but the haze from her fading eyes. When the tide pulled low, the wet sand sometimes revealed tiny pale orbs, baby pearls no larger than dewdrops. Children gathered them in buckets, running to show parents who marveled at their luminous sheen. The legend shifted. The dragon, forgiven, now seeded the coast with gifts. Another story took root, that a woman of the shore chose the sea and, in doing so, saved both. I never corrected them. Stories, like tides, reshape coasts. My task was to watch, record, protect. Not everything needs a microscope. Some truths are carried in the hush between waves. Years later, I stood on a cliff with my own daughter, her small hand wrapped around my thumb. The water below was a sheet of mirrored jade. She asked if dragons were real. I pointed to a far ripple, to a gleam too smooth to be a boat, and said, "Some wonders wait until you look with both eyes and heart." She pressed the locket chain where it rested over my pulse. "Is that where you keep the secret?" she whispered. I told her the secret was not inside the locket but in the giving of it. That night we lit lanterns across the shore to mark the anniversary of the clearing. They floated upward, tiny suns carried by warm breeze, joining constellations. The sky, once half hidden, now reached down to kiss its twin in the sea. I thought of Grandma's voice writing that first fresh wind, how gratitude sounds like ocean glass chinking in a pocket. And I knew the fog was gone for good. Or perhaps not gone, only transformed, like sorrow into memory, fear into curiosity, stories into science. The pearl had returned to its keeper, the promise to its circle. In the bright air, everything was possible again. Other children sometimes shrieked at creaking attic doors or thunderstorms that rattled loose panes in their bedroom windows. But I feared what hid behind darkness itself, the vast stretch of unknown that began where the yellow dome of a night light ended. Before I was even old enough to read the glowing red digits of a cheap plastic alarm clock, I learned to watch the edges of my bedroom, studying corners the way a sailor studies a horizon made of black water. My mother bore much of the blame for planting that seed. She never meant to frighten me, yet she experimented with tarot spreads, read dog-eared volumes about seances, spoke in a hush about half-remembered family legends from the old country, all while I was small enough to absorb those tales like a fingertip touches candle wax, with fascination, curiosity, and inevitably a little pain. That undercurrent of uneasiness did not fade as I grew older. In fact, it matured beside me. In daylight I was a rational child. I adored dinosaur books, built elaborate forts from couch cushions, recited multiplication tables ahead of my peers. But after dusk my thoughts circled an invisible drain. I pictured instruments on my bedroom shelf turning to watch me. I imagined heavy footsteps in the hall when everyone else lay asleep. Eventually I developed the ritual of leaving a hallway lamp glowing, its thin rectangle of amber light cutting across my quilt so I could latch onto it whenever I startled awake. That fragile glow felt like a handhold hammered into the sheer cliff face of night. Yet nothing in those ordinary childhood fears prepared me for the single most terrifying phenomenon I have ever known, the experience folklore labels. The old hag, an entity that arrives through the doorway of sleep paralysis. My first encounter came when I was 7, an age when stories are bright, boundaries between real and imagined still thin, and night is a frontier where anything seems possible. 40 years later the memory has lost none of its sharpness. I remember lying on my back beneath a thin summer sheet, warm air drifting through an open window. One instant I was dozing, the next I was aware, painfully, excruciatingly aware, of every inch of my body while some unseen force pinned me to the mattress. My eyelids refused to open. I felt as if molten lead had been poured over my chest, sealing lungs and limbs beneath an unimaginable weight. A low roar pulsed somewhere inside my own skull. And there was the certainty, absolute and unshakable, that another presence stood beside the bed, something alive yet wrong, an ancient wrongness older than gravel, colder than tombstones. No child's dictionary contained words for that flavor of dread. Terror ripped through me so forcefully I expected my heart to burst. I tried to scream, tried to flail, tried even to blink. Nothing. 1,000 invisible threads stitched my muscles immobile. I understood, with the clear logic of nightmares, that my only hope was to endure until consciousness wrestled fully free of whatever twilight state had snared me. At last sensation returned in a violent rush, legs jittering, arms tearing free, throat releasing a ragged cry. The bedroom burst into shape around me, dresser, posters, half-moon shadows, and I scrambled out of bed, shivering with a shock that felt bigger than my small frame could hold. Before I could reach the hallway switch, my mother, hearing the scream, met me at the doorway. She gathered me close, smoothed clammy bangs from my forehead, assured me it was only a bad dream. Her words landed softly, but disbelief churned beneath them. She might research pendulums and crystal pyramids, yet she considered this terror some run-of-the-mill nightmare that could be cured with warm milk. I knew better. Something tangible had brushed the edges of my reality, something malicious, older than any tale in her occult paperbacks. Over the next weeks the incident repeated, not nightly but often enough to twist anticipation into a constant background hum. Each visitation followed the same pattern. I would wake partially, find myself cemented to the mattress, feel the room curl inward around an unseen interloper. Sometimes I caught hints of form, a silhouette at the foot of my bed, edges shifting like heat waves, or long fingers curling over the mattress seam, but I never saw a complete face. The imagination did that job for me, sculpting an entity who was both grandmotherly in outline and monstrous in detail. In time the folklore label reached me, Old Hag. An apt name for a presence that seemed stooped under centuries, clutching foul secrets, breathing rot-sweet whispers no living ear should hear. Throughout elementary school I endured those episodes in silence, fearing ridicule even more than the phenomenon itself. I added coping tactics, sleeping on my side instead of my back, propping a heavy flashlight on my nightstand, memorizing the exact placement of my alarm clock so I could force my eyelids to open and lock onto its glow if paralysis struck. Yet the hag proved unpredictable. She could wrench me from a dream of sunlit backyard play into a suffocating vice between heartbeats. She cared little for prophylactic routines. In adolescence the visits grew sporadic, perhaps because hormonal storms exhausted my brain each night or because homework kept me up until near collapse. I almost convinced myself the phase had passed. Then came college. Fresh freedoms, academic stress, caffeine binges, irregular sleep, all formed fertile ground for the return of what I now understood clinically as sleep paralysis and culturally as the hag. Dorm nights produced new varieties of terror, the sensation of footsteps crushing my ribcage, guttural voices chanting fragments of languages no linguistics professor could parse, hands closing around my throat before releasing when I lurched upright gasping. I researched scholarly articles that linked the condition to REM atonia intruding on waking consciousness. Those lines of text offered sterile explanation, but science never quite erased the primal conviction that some external agent orchestrated each paralysis. Rational or not, I remained split between neuroscientific cause and supernatural threat. By 27, newly employed, I still slept with a lamp on. During a performance review my supervisor teased me about dozing off during morning meetings. I blamed insomnia. But the truth was that nights had become unpredictable minefields where rest might be shattered by a lead-masked apparition leaning inches from my face. The only person who partly understood was my grandmother. One summer evening, while she shelled butter beans on the porch, I confessed everything, the choking weight, the immobility, the intangible wickedness. She listened, eyes deep with memory, then squeezed my hand and told me of her own childhood terror, a shadow that pressed upon her when farm chores left her ragged. No folksy cure, she cautioned, except patience and prayer. Yet hearing that another generation had battled similar darkness eased some loneliness. She urged me not to let fear command my life. "Light a candle if you must," she said, "but don't bow before shadows. They feed on bowed heads." Still, the midnight horror persisted. I managed to complete graduate degrees, secure employment, pay rent, cultivate friendships. From the outside my life looked ordinary. Inside each dusk carried potential torment. I developed rituals to blunt anticipation, soft instrumental music, chamomile tea, reciting lines of poetry until words blurred. They helped, though unpredictably, like umbrellas in sporadic rain. Over time I noticed patterns. Episodes occurred more frequently after days of acute stress or nights when anxiety had revved my mind beyond normal limits. Consistent sleep schedules reduced, though never eliminated, occurrences. Alcohol exacerbated them. Intense emotional upheavals, breakups, funerals, invited the hag like a scent summons carrion flies. Recognizing triggers gave me tools. I doubled down on mental hygiene, therapy for generalized anxiety, yoga for breath control, balanced meals, limited stimulation before bedtime. Episodes dwindled to quarterly, then yearly. Yet each year or two, when I least expected, she dropped onto my chest again and reminded me her retirement was never promised. I turned 40, then 45. Marriage provided new comfort. A spouse whose presence sometimes disrupted paralysis before it swallowed me completely. Once, mid-episode, I felt my partner's hand brush my arm and the entire illusion shattered like glass, leaving me wide awake, heart hammering, but free. I clung to that hope during subsequent attacks. Outside this prison of muscles frozen and mind frantic waited a loved one ready to shake me loose. Now I am 47. And tonight, after a stretch of calm months, I sit at my desk typing these reflections in the dim glow of a single bulb. The house is quiet except for refrigerator hum and distant traffic. Midway through drafting this paragraph, I paused. A prickle crept up my neck. The air felt charged. Memory of earlier terrors rose like steam. I swiveled to scan the doorway, half expecting a hunched figure to lean around the jamb. Nothing. But describing the hag seems to brush a long dormant web, alerting its hidden spinner. Old intuition squirms. I force myself to breathe evenly, to finish the story rather than cede ground. Because that is the crucial lesson carved into me by 4 decades of intermittent night terrors. One must acknowledge fear yet deny it dominion. I may still plug in a low-watt bulb before bed, but I refuse to restructure my life around phantoms. When episodes come, I endure, I analyze, I recover. I remind myself that the old hag, however vividly personified, is equally a neurophysiological glitch and a centuries-old archetype, a nightmare wearing the garb of folklore. She cannot follow me into daylight unless I invite her. And so I write. Patients say naming a fear can rob it of venom. Will she visit tonight because I dredged this history into words? Perhaps. If she does, I will lie still, note the sensation, ground myself in breath. I will remember my grandmother's quip, shadows feed on bowed heads. I will recall neuroscientific explanations, REM intrusion, motor cortex inhibition, and see them like bright lanterns along the corridor of my brain. Most of all, I will hang on to the knowledge that paralysis passes, lungs reopen, dawn arrives. Yet something deeper also lingers, the possibility that whatever else the hag is, she is a story. In that sense she belongs to every culture that has invented a name for sleep paralysis demons, every painter who captured a figure perched malevolently on a dreamer's chest, every sufferer who shares their experience in an online forum at 2 a.m. So long as stories live, the hag lives. So long as humans dream, she may return. My task is to hold that knowledge with clarity but without surrender. I glance once more behind me, nothing but the soft silhouette of a bookcase stacked with reference texts and family photographs. My fingers re-anchor to the keyboard. I finish this account in the same steady rhythm of typing that first carried me through the fearful nights of childhood, when I clutched a flashlight under covers and scribbled diary entries to force nightmares onto paper. If sharing what I have endured helps even one reader feel less alone when a crushing weight pins them in darkness, then each uneasy memory finds purpose. Soon I will climb into bed beside my partner. I will flick on the small lamp by the dresser, let its mellow pool of gold rest across the floor, and close my eyes with the confidence that age and understanding grant. Somewhere beyond conscious reach, electrochemical storms may stir. Perhaps the old hag will sense an opening and glide in on leathery wings. If so, I will meet her with breath, with knowledge, with the stubborn certainty that light waits on the other side of her shadow. And when morning comes, I will rise, stretch, pour coffee, and carry on. Other children sometimes shrieked at creaking attic doors or thunderstorms that rattled loose panes in their bedroom windows. But I feared what hid behind darkness itself, the vast stretch of unknown that began where the yellow dome of a night light ended. Before I was even old enough to read the glowing red digits of a cheap plastic alarm clock, I learned to watch the edges of my bedroom, studying corners the way a sailor studies a horizon made of black water. My mother bore much of the blame for planting that seed. She never meant to frighten me, yet she experimented with tarot spreads, read dog-eared volumes about seances, spoke in a hush about half-remembered family legends from the old country, all while I was small enough to absorb those tales like a fingertip touches candle wax, with fascination, curiosity, and inevitably a little pain. That undercurrent of uneasiness did not fade as I grew older. In fact, it matured beside me. In daylight I was a rational child. I adored dinosaur books, built elaborate forts from couch cushions, recited multiplication tables ahead of my peers. But after dusk my thoughts circled an invisible drain. I pictured instruments on my bedroom shelf turning to watch me. I imagined heavy footsteps in the hall when everyone else lay asleep. Eventually I developed the ritual of leaving a hallway lamp glowing, its thin rectangle of amber light cutting across my quilt so I could latch onto it whenever I startled awake. That fragile glow felt like a handhold hammered into the sheer cliff face of night. Yet nothing in those ordinary childhood fears prepared me for the single most terrifying phenomenon I have ever known, the experience folklore labels. The old hag, an entity that arrives through the doorway of sleep paralysis. My first encounter came when I was 7, an age when stories are bright, boundaries between real and imagined still thin, and night is a frontier where anything seems possible. 40 years later the memory has lost none of its sharpness. I remember lying on my back beneath a thin summer sheet, warm air drifting through an open window. One instant I was dozing, the next I was aware, painfully, excruciatingly aware, of every inch of my body while some unseen force pinned me to the mattress. My eyelids refused to open. I felt as if molten lead had been poured over my chest, sealing lungs and limbs beneath an unimaginable weight. A low roar pulsed somewhere inside my own skull. And there was the certainty, absolute and unshakable, that another presence stood beside the bed, something alive yet wrong, an ancient wrongness older than gravel, colder than tombstones. No child's dictionary contained words for that flavor of dread. Terror ripped through me so forcefully I expected my heart to burst. I tried to scream, tried to flail, tried even to blink. Nothing. 1,000 invisible threads stitched my muscles immobile. I understood, with the clear logic of nightmares, that my only hope was to endure until consciousness wrestled fully free of whatever twilight state had snared me. At last sensation returned in a violent rush, legs jittering, arms tearing free, throat releasing a ragged cry. The bedroom burst into shape around me, dresser, posters, half-moon shadows, and I scrambled out of bed, shivering with a shock that felt bigger than my small frame could hold. Before I could reach the hallway switch, my mother, hearing the scream, met me at the doorway. She gathered me close, smoothed clammy bangs from my forehead, assured me it was only a bad dream. Her words landed softly, but disbelief churned beneath them. She might research pendulums and crystal pyramids, yet she considered this terror some run-of-the-mill nightmare that could be cured with warm milk. I knew better. Something tangible had brushed the edges of my reality, something malicious, older than any tale in her occult paperbacks. Over the next weeks the incident repeated, not nightly but often enough to twist anticipation into a constant background hum. Each visitation followed the same pattern. I would wake partially, find myself cemented to the mattress, feel the room curl inward around an unseen interloper. Sometimes I caught hints of form, a silhouette at the foot of my bed, edges shifting like heat waves, or long fingers curling over the mattress seam, but I never saw a complete face. The imagination did that job for me, sculpting an entity who was both grandmotherly in outline and monstrous in detail. In time the folklore label reached me, Old Hag. An apt name for a presence that seemed stooped under centuries, clutching foul secrets, breathing rot-sweet whispers no living ear should hear. Throughout elementary school I endured those episodes in silence, fearing ridicule even more than the phenomenon itself. I added coping tactics, sleeping on my side instead of my back, propping a heavy flashlight on my nightstand, memorizing the exact placement of my alarm clock so I could force my eyelids to open and lock onto its glow if paralysis struck. Yet the hag proved unpredictable. She could wrench me from a dream of sunlit backyard play into a suffocating vice between heartbeats. She cared little for prophylactic routines. In adolescence the visits grew sporadic, perhaps because hormonal storms exhausted my brain each night or because homework kept me up until near collapse. I'd almost convinced myself the phase had passed. Then came college. Fresh freedoms, academic stress, caffeine binges, irregular sleep, all formed fertile ground for the return of what I now understood clinically as sleep paralysis and culturally as the hag. Dorm nights produced new varieties of terror. The sensation of footsteps crushing my ribcage, guttural voices chanting fragments of languages no linguistics professor could parse, hands closing around my throat before releasing when I lurched upright gasping. I researched scholarly articles that linked the condition to REM atonia intruding on waking consciousness. Those lines of text offered sterile explanation, but science never quite erased the primal conviction that some external agent orchestrated each paralysis. Rational or not, I remained split between neuroscientific cause and supernatural threat. By 27, newly employed, I still slept with a lamp on. During a performance review my supervisor teased me about dozing off during morning meetings. I blamed insomnia. But the truth was that nights had become unpredictable minefields where rest might be shattered by a lead-masked apparition leaning inches from my face. The only person who partly understood was my grandmother. One summer evening, while she shelled butter beans on the porch, I confessed everything, the choking weight, the immobility, the intangible wickedness. She listened, eyes deep with memory, then squeezed my hand and told me of her own childhood terror, a shadow that pressed upon her when farm chores left her ragged. No folksy cure, she cautioned, except patience and prayer. Yet hearing that another generation had battled similar darkness eased some loneliness. She urged me not to let fear command my life. "Light a candle if you must," she said, "but don't bow before shadows. They feed on bowed heads." Still, the midnight horror persisted. I managed to complete graduate degrees, secure employment, pay rent, cultivate friendships. From the outside my life looked ordinary. Inside each dusk carried potential torment. I developed rituals to blunt anticipation. Soft instrumental music, chamomile tea, reciting lines of poetry until words blurred. They helped, though unpredictably, like umbrellas in sporadic rain. Over time I noticed patterns. Episodes occurred more frequently after days of acute stress or nights when anxiety had revved my mind beyond normal limits. Consistent sleep schedules reduced, though never eliminated, occurrences. Alcohol exacerbated them. Intense emotional upheavals, breakups, funerals, invited the hag like a scent summons carrion flies. Recognizing triggers gave me tools. I doubled down on mental hygiene, therapy for generalized anxiety, yoga for breath control, balanced meals, limited stimulation before bedtime. Episodes dwindled to quarterly, then yearly. Yet each year or two, when I least expected, she dropped onto my chest again and reminded me her retirement was never promised. I turned 40, then 45. Marriage provided new comfort. A spouse whose presence sometimes disrupted paralysis before it swallowed me completely. Once, mid-episode, I felt my partner's hand brush my arm and the entire illusion shattered like glass, leaving me wide awake, heart hammering, but free. I clung to that hope during subsequent attacks. Outside this prison of muscles frozen and mind frantic waited a loved one ready to shake me loose. Now I am 47. And tonight, after a stretch of calm months, I sit at my desk typing these reflections in the dim glow of a single bulb. The house is quiet except for refrigerator hum and distant traffic. Midway through drafting this paragraph, I paused. A prickle crept up my neck. The air felt charged. Memory of earlier terrors rose like steam. I swiveled to scan the doorway, half expecting a hunched figure to lean around the jamb. Nothing. But describing the hag seems to brush a long dormant web, alerting its hidden spinner. Old intuition squirms. I force myself to breathe evenly, to finish the story rather than cede ground. Because that is the crucial lesson carved into me by 4 decades of intermittent night terrors. One must acknowledge fear yet deny it dominion. I may still plug in a low-watt bulb before bed, but I refuse to restructure my life around phantoms. When episodes come, I endure, I analyze, I recover. I remind myself that the old hag, however vividly personified, is equally a neurophysiological glitch and a centuries-old archetype, a nightmare wearing the garb of folklore. She cannot follow me into daylight unless I invite her. And so I write. Patients say naming a fear can rob it of venom. Will she visit tonight because I dredged this history into words? Perhaps. If she does, I will lie still, note the sensation, ground myself in breath. I will remember my grandmother's quip, shadows feed on bowed heads. I will recall neuroscientific explanations, REM intrusion, motor cortex inhibition, and see them like bright lanterns along the corridor of my brain. Most of all, I will hang on to the knowledge that paralysis passes, lungs reopen, dawn arrives. Yet something deeper also lingers, the possibility that whatever else the hag is, she is a story. In that sense she belongs to every culture that has invented a name for sleep paralysis demons, every painter who captured a figure perched malevolently on a dreamer's chest, every sufferer who shares their experience in an online forum at 2 a.m. So long as stories live, the hag lives. So long as humans dream, she may return. My task is to hold that knowledge with clarity but without surrender. I glance once more behind me, nothing but the soft silhouette of a bookcase stacked with reference texts and family photographs. My fingers re-anchor to the keyboard. I finish this account in the same steady rhythm of typing that first carried me through the fearful nights of childhood, when I clutched a flashlight under covers and scribbled diary entries to force nightmares onto paper. If sharing what I have endured helps even one reader feel less alone when a crushing weight pins them in darkness, then each uneasy memory finds purpose. Soon I will climb into bed beside my partner. I will flick on the small lamp by the dresser, let its mellow pool of gold rest across the floor, and close my eyes with the confidence that age and understanding grant. Somewhere beyond conscious reach, electrochemical storms may stir. Perhaps the old hag will sense an opening and glide in on leathery wings. If so, I will meet her with breath, with knowledge, with the stubborn certainty that light waits on the other side of her shadow. And when morning comes, I will rise, stretch, pour coffee, and carry on. I had never meant to end up at the bottom of that flimsy paper cup. If anyone had asked about my habits back when I still walked on 2 reliable legs, I would have insisted I was a model of restraint. I was the sort of person who followed the little rules that society sets up, standing politely in the queue, paying exact change, choosing still water when the sign said water only. Yet on the autumn afternoon when I found myself reborn with 8 awkward legs and a body lighter than a sunflower seed, I leaned too far over the rim of a free fast food cup, toppled inside, and discovered that even a swallow of tap water can feel like an ocean when you are tiny and fragile. That was how I drowned, if a spider can truly drown, thrashing under the jittery fluorescent lights while anonymous customers passed by. The restaurant in Half Moon Bay was busy with people in Halloween costumes, the sort of crowd that never notices a creature so small. Above my head, the cup's thin paper walls rose like a canyon of waxy white. Instinct told me to scramble up and over, but my new limbs were too slick against wet cardboard. I had been a spider only since spring, and though that body granted me nimble grace on dry surfaces, it offered no help inside a vertical tunnel of water. My legs flailed in silence. The buzzing lights masked the quiet plop I made when I fell. Somewhere on the other side of those walls, ice rattled in plastic lids, fried baskets hissed, and children begged their parents for milkshakes. What stunned me most, as my abdomen sagged under the cold weight, was how loudly my former memories knocked inside my minuscule brain. I had lived dozens of lives, maybe hundreds, scattered across species and centuries. Each time I carried fragments forward, a taste, a fear, sometimes a stubborn skill. In earlier incarnations I had been a human accountant terrified of breaking rules, an elk that froze under mountain snow, a 5-year-old child who nearly drowned in a backyard pool before strong arms hauled me back into sunlight. That afternoon every half-remembered terror of water pressed against me. I had no lungs in the ordinary sense, only little breathing tubes, but a drowning panic feels the same in any body. My many selves shouted conflicting advice. Flap your arms, kick your hooves, rise toward the brightness. No advice mattered. Water is indifferent. A pair of giant human fingers finally noticed my useless paddling. They belonged to a teenage boy in a flammable polyester superhero cape. He glanced into the cup, recoiled, and carried me, water and all, to the counter where a cashier with a paper hat examined me as though I were a foreign object that had washed up from an alien sea. Her lip curled, half pity, half revulsion. Weird, she said. I swear we sanitize everything. They left me there, legs folding inward, until the shop closed and the overhead lights shut off one by one. Somewhere after midnight my movements slowed, my sense of time slipped, and finally the cup was just a dark bowl of silence. That marked the end of my spider chapter, but endings never last. When enough inner machinery breaks down, something releases me. I rise elsewhere, newly assembled, forced to navigate the world with unfamiliar proportions. This cycle comes without explanation or ceremony. Sometimes the transition is violent, a sudden gasp in a hospital bed, a newborn's first blinding cry, sometimes gentle, like waking from a dream beneath warm blankets. This time the change felt cautious, as though the universe itself tiptoed. I opened my eyes on a living room sofa underneath a plaid throw blanket. My new lungs filled deeply, surprising me with their capacity. A dust mote drifted through morning light, and my vision caught every angle of it in crisp symmetry. Human vision again, thank heaven, but tinged with a slight segmented shimmer left over from the spider's compound eyes. I flexed fingers, 10 of them, strong and broad, and identified stiff leather shoes on my feet, the scent of shaving cream on my skin, the gentle ache of grown man knees. I was alive, adult, and male. Next came the recognition of place. A mantel crowded with styrofoam pumpkins leaned over a gas fireplace. Cobweb decorations drooped from wooden beams, ironically like cheap versions of the silk I had spun by instinct only days earlier. On the mantel sat a framed photograph, 2 young girls in matching pink raincoats, and a woman with patient eyes under wind-tangled hair. The camera had caught a beach behind them, half-moon bay's familiar gray dunes. I felt a hollow flutter. These were my children now, my wife. A calendar beneath the frame read October in bold orange letters. I counted dates, the 31st circled in black marker. Halloween was 2 days away. Memory did not extend beyond that photograph. I knew neither this body's name nor history. That happens sometimes. I inherit shape but not narrative. I touched my face, half expecting to find fangs. Only stubble. In my jacket pocket I discovered car keys etched with a dealership logo from San Mateo. I picked them up and felt a shiver of purpose, as if some magnet pulled me south along the coast. The stronger sensation, however, was something colder, an urge edged with resentment. The boy in the superhero cape? The cashier's frown? Perhaps, but it felt older than one careless afternoon. It felt like the cumulative frustration of all the fleeting lives I had endured, every humiliation, every accidental demise. In earlier incarnations I had always retreated from such bitterness, convinced morality mattered across forms. Yet at that mantel, among hollow pumpkins, a darker reasoning bloomed. If existence kept tossing me like litter between species and fates, why cling to anybody's rules? I stuffed a backpack with objects whose importance I sensed without understanding, a phone, a worn wallet with my new driver's license, a Swiss Army knife, duct tape, waterproof matches, and drove the coastal highway until familiar cliffs announced I was near the beach town where I had died. The sky dripped mist. Cypress branches whipped an offshore wind. My new heart pounded with an energy that felt both predatory and terrified. I parked behind the fast food restaurant's dumpster, killed the engine, and sat in silence. The building's yellow sign buzzed against the dim sky. Through the front glass I saw families wiping ketchup from toddlers' faces. Plastic spiders that mimicked my previous form clung to cardboard cobwebs over the soda fountain. My jaw clenched. Inside, the foul air wrapped around me like sticky gauze. Nobody recognized this body as the last customer who had drowned in a paper cup. I ordered a root beer in a complimentary water cup, paid cash. The cashier, different girl tonight, slid the cup across. Her smile was perfunctory, her eyes glazed with exhaustion, yet I felt the old anger sharpen. Workers disguised as monsters on the walls, yet when a real spider begged mercy they turned away. I sat in a corner booth, sipped carbonated sweetness, and stared at the employees. Which one had watched me die? Then I saw her, not the teenage cashier, that shift had ended months ago, but an older woman wiping trays, the same forehead furrow I remembered through warped plastic. She looked weary, unaware of how an insect's memory could outlive her apathy. I drank slowly, letting brimstone thoughts bubble. What did justice look like across lifetimes? I pictured dropping a live tarantula into her apron pocket, pictured locking the doors and unleashing cages of hornets, pictured a confrontation that would end my anger in a single primal scream. Yet as fantasies flickered, a gentler memory breezed through, my father lifting toddler me out of a swimming pool, chest heaving, ribs slick with sunscreen and chlorine. The memory didn't belong to this body, it belonged 2 incarnations ago. But the sensation of safety, of arms rescuing fragile lungs from water's grip, still reached me. My jaw loosened. I realized I carried the root beer like a trophy, stolen from the honesty of earlier selves. Was that theft so minor? Maybe. But lines matter because we choose which lines define us. If I crossed this new darker line, would my next rebirth inherit regret? My lives layered like pages in a journal, each scribble bleeding into the next. Even if no cosmic judge tallied deeds, my own continuity would. I did not want to become the monster I resented. I stood. The older cashier glanced over, offered a tired nod, and returned to her rag. I walked to the counter, set down the cup. "Excuse me," I said. She approached, eyebrows raised. "I think this belongs in the trash," I continued. "I shouldn't have filled it with soda. I'm sorry." She blinked, confused, maybe assuming a prank. "That's all right," she murmured, sliding the cup aside. Her mild response deflated the stormy narrative I had spun. She was just a woman earning hourly wage, unaware of a spider's drowned panic. I stepped back, almost embarrassed. Outside, night settled over the coast in dense increments, waves smashing invisible rocks. I walked past the dumpster, opened my backpack, removed the duct tape and matches. Then I stuffed them into a bin, unneeded. I would not act on the worst impulses of this new incarnation. Steering toward the boardwalk, I followed dim lamps until I reached the spot where my cobweb had once hung between 2 metal rails. It sagged now, shredded by rain, yet a single strand glimmered in sodium light. I pinched it between fingers, marveling at the resilience of silk. How brief a spider's tenure, yet how tenacious its handiwork. Mist cooled my cheeks. I imagined the 2 little girls from the mantel photograph, imagined kneeling to help them carve faces into real pumpkins rather than styrofoam ones. If this life offered love, I would inhabit it fully, not waste it on vengeance. Some future twist of fate might drown me all over again, beneath ocean waves, inside a hospital ventilator, under the wheel of a drunk driver. But until then I could choose decency, choose curiosity, choose kindness. I breathed the briny air, tasting eternity in one lungful. Then I turned back toward the parking lot, pausing only to tip the free water cup upright in its trash can. Water dripped out, glistening under lamplight like a small blessing. "Sorry to interrupt." If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When I tell people I used to dream myself to death twice a week, they think I am joking. I wish I were. For 20 years the same nightmare tracked me like a bloodhound, showing up whenever it pleased, dropping the full weight of its memory onto my chest until I woke half-drowned in sweat. Every time the dream began, I knew exactly where I was and what would come next, and still I could do nothing to stop it. That helplessness chewed little holes in my nerves, day after day, year after year, until even the smallest creak in the floorboard made my pulse jump. The scene never changed. I was 12 again, standing on a 2-foot ledge 1,500 feet above the floor of a Red Rock Slot Canyon in Zion National Park. The trail's official name is Angel's Landing, but back then it went by a rougher nickname, Devil's Landing. The guide pamphlet used nicer words. Strenuous, not suitable for everyone. Yet anyone who has ever inched along that final ridge will tell you plain, one wrong step, and the canyon owns your bones forever. I knew none of that when I was 12. I chose the hike because the pictures looked wild and the words sounded like a dare. My mother begged off the adventure. She said she would stay in the lodge, sip a fruit drink, and read a good paperback while Dad and I scrambled over cliffs like mountain goats. Dad teased her, calling her a beach bum in the desert. She kissed his cheek and told him, "One of us has to stay alive to tell the story." That joke never lands the same way now. We started the climb before sunrise, cool air under the cottonwoods, red sandstone glowing faint gold. I remember Dad's cheerful whistle echoing off the walls, the scrape of our boots, the way the morning smelled like wet clay after a thunderstorm the night before. In those days I believed my father could do anything. He was tall, steady-eyed, trim from weekend hikes back home. He called me Sport, ruffled my hair, and promised we would reach the top before the sun cleared the eastern rim. The first 2 hours felt like an adventure magazine. We zigzagged switchbacks, filled bottles at a spring, traded jokes with other hikers. Then the trail narrowed. Smooth dirt gave way to rough slick rock. The Park Service had bolted chains into the spine of the ridge, but the chains ended at intervals, leaving bare stretches where the ledge pinched to the width of my sneakers. The left side fell away into a void so deep clouds seemed to nest inside it. The right side dropped nearly as far. Angels might land there, I thought then, but devils definitely push people off. Dad kept one hand on my shoulder and told me to hug the wall, move slow, breathe steady. I tried to act brave, yet each gust of canyon wind felt like a giant hand pushing my backpack sideways. At one gap between chains we had to shuffle with backs pressed flat to the cliff. Tiny bits of gravel shifted under my soles with every move, popping loose and rattling down in small avalanches. My stomach flipped when the pebbles vanished into silence long before they hit anything solid. What happened next occupies maybe 2 seconds of real time, but the replay stretches forever in my head. Dad stepped, gravel slid, his boot rolled, his hip twisted. I felt his fingers swipe my sleeve and then lose hold. I turned just in time to see his outline blur past the edge, hear a single startled cry, and then nothing but wind until, distantly, a crack of branches echoed from the canyon floor. That silence that followed was bigger than the canyon itself. I remember the insane thought that popped up: Mom is going to kill us for missing breakfast. I do not know how long I stood there glued to the wall. An hour, maybe 3. Time broke apart. My palms bled where I dug nails into sandstone. My voice would not rise above a whisper no matter how hard I tried to shout. Eventually another hiking pair found me. They could not reach me, so one stayed while the other hurried back to call for help. A rescue helicopter came late in the afternoon. A ranger crouched in the open doorway, lowered a sling, hauled me up by the armpits, and strapped me into a seat. I remember staring at the ranger's face, trying to read answers there, but his eyes stayed hidden behind mirrored sunglasses. Down below the canyon floor rushed by like a red river. I did not see my father's body. Part of me still keeps looking. That was the day my childhood ended hard and fast, like a book ripped shut in the middle of a paragraph. The officials said loose gravel caused the slip, nothing unusual on a trail like that. Uncleared undergrowth cushioned the fall enough to keep Dad's body mostly intact. That was supposed to be a kindness. Mom flew out, made arrangements, brought me home. People from church cooked casseroles, patted my head, told me Dad was on a greater adventure. None of it helped. Nights became bear traps. I would drift off for a handful of minutes, drop straight back onto that ledge, hear Dad scream, feel wind tugging at my jacket. Then the rotors of the rescue chopper would pound in, and I would jolt awake soaked in sweat, heart pounding like it wanted out. 2 nightmares a week, every week, for 2 decades, 48 times a year, 960 times total. After a while you learn tricks. Keep a glass of water bedside, fold a towel on top of the sheets to absorb sweat, run the fan for white noise. Some nights the tricks helped. Some nights they laughed. I grew up anyway, or at least older. Got into college, studied mechanical engineering because I thought strong bridges should exist where flimsy ledges didn't. I met Linda in senior lab. She read my mood in the first week, could tell something rattled in me. Linda became a psychologist, which means she can name any variety of rattling. We married, bought a suburban townhouse, planted a Japanese maple in the front yard. On the outside I looked steady, solid job, nice wife, hobby bicycle rides on weekends. But the ledge never let go. If I delayed bedtime too long or skipped dinner or drank 1 beer too many, the nightmare waited ready. Linda worried. She coached me through breathing exercises, suggested medication, guided me gently toward therapy groups. I tried them all. The pills dulled the edges a bit, but then the dream tunneled under the cushion. Talk therapy helped me recite the facts without choking, but the images came back sharper afterward. Linda said nightmares usually fade after the mind finishes processing trauma. Mine evidently liked the scenery and decided to renew the lease. I quoted Francis Crick to her, that nightmares are the brain's garbage disposal. She answered that even disposals clog if you shove bones down them night after night. Then, last winter, the script changed. It started as always, Dad beside me, the slip, the scream, the abrupt hush. I braced for the rotor thunder, the rush of wind and rescue cable. Nothing. No chopper. Only a new vibration under my boots, a faint sliding feeling. The whole wall, the entire mountain, tilted, first by a hair, then by degrees, slow and unstoppable. The ledge turned into a ramp aimed straight at the abyss. My brain fought to rewrite the program. Where were the chains, the ranger, the miracle? But the dream ignored my edits. Finally, after 3 or 4 tilting nights, the helicopter did appear. But late, hovering at a useless angle, hoist swinging out of reach. Through the open door I spotted my mother, not as she looked at 12 but as she is now, gray at the temples, reading glasses on her nose, fear cinched across her mouth. The ranger lowered the sling, but the mountain's slow roll pulled me sideways. Loose gravel turned into ball bearings. I dropped to all fours, teeth chattering. The rock under my palms went so vertical my weight dragged downward like a sail. I bit a protruding nub of sandstone, taste of iron dust, blood. My molars cracked. I tried a final desperate grab for the hoist cable. Missed by inches. I fell. Dad waited below, waving, weirdly cheerful, like a fisherman welcoming a second splash. Then ground slammed up, vision went white, and I shot awake with a chest pain so fierce it felt like someone threading wire through my ribs. That next day I shuffled through meetings at work, hand pressed over my sternum as if to hold the ache in. 2 nights later the new dream version repeated. Again I died inside it, mouthful of broken teeth, free fall drop, father grinning. Again I woke certain my heart might give out. I blamed coffee, skipped lunch, drank water, forced a jog after dinner. Still, fatigue leaned heavy. Another week passed. Replays intensified. One dawn Linda shook my shoulder, voice tight. I had groaned low and long in my sleep, teeth grinding. She said the sound scared her. She asked me to see a specialist. I promised I would. But I did not. Work deadlines stacked up, therapy slots were booked, and a part of me felt sure this vivid phase would fade. The garbage disposal would finally unclog. A month after the changes began, the dream reached its crescendo. Same ledge, same tilt. This time the helicopter arrived even later, buffeted by strange winds. I saw the ranger lean out, slack jaw, as if what he saw on the ledge startled him. My mother's face shifted from panic to horror. She pointed, tried to grab the ranger's harness. The hoist line unfurled, but the mountain had rolled past 90 degrees. I hung by fingertips. My last anchor chipped free. As gravity claimed me, I saw the sling whip away like a taunt. Falling felt slower than before, the air thick as syrup, my thoughts flaring bright. This is it, now I really die. Dad below spread his arms as though to catch me. At that final second the slot canyon warped, widened into a cavernous blackness, and instead of smashing rock I plunged into an absolute silence that swallowed even wind. I screamed, but no sound existed. Around me, nothing. Inside me, nothing. My chest wrenched. My vision popped like static. Black. I gasped awake in our bed, drenched, jaw clenched so tight it ached. My heart thudded a wild syncopation. I tried sliding upright, but my arms felt packed in wet sand. Linda was not beside me. A lamp glowed in the hall. I rolled to my side, intending to call her. A sharp pain speared across my left ribcage into shoulder. Breath hitch. Mouth dry. I knew these signs. People get them on airplanes and football fields. People over 60. Not 32. I tried to stand, call out, bang the wall. The muscles refused sequence. Pain boomed, then ebbed, then boomed bigger. Someone moaned. Only later did I realize the voice was mine. I toppled sideways, struck the rug, vision tunneling. The bedroom door wavered open. Linda's silhouette knelt, phone in hand, shouting words I barely heard. Siren wails materialized from some other dimension, distant then near. A paramedic's face hung upside down above mine. Questions, pain scale, medical history, allergies. I mouthed answers, but they came out as air. Black. Awareness returned as a float. No weight, cool sheets, antiseptic lights above. My eyelids fluttered, and four tugged at my arm. Voices thickened into clarity one by one. Linda's tremor, mother's hush, a cousin's whisper, someone sliding a curtain ring. Fragments reached me. Massive heart attack. During sleep. Lucky Linda found him when she did. In the moment between waking and comprehension I thought, absurdly, I was still dreaming. Any second the canyon walls would gel into shape. Instead I saw my mother's lined face bending over mine, and Linda clutching my wrist as if pulse alone kept me tethered. Heartbeats thumped in the monitor speakers. I locked eyes with Linda. She mouthed, "Stay." I stayed. Hours later, cardiologist explained plaque, occlusion, genetics, stress. He praised Linda's quick call. He said I would live if I obeyed orders. Surgery tomorrow, stents, supervised rehab. I lay there stunned, half wishing the ledge nightmare would sweep me away so I could avoid all this sterile brightness. Night in the hospital is its own wilderness. Machines beeping, footsteps echoing, distant coughs. I drifted between morphine fog and shallow dreams. No ledge, no father. Only blank water. Toward dawn I felt a weight on the mattress edge. I opened eyes expecting a nurse. It was my dad. Age 32, I had not seen him awake like this, in 20 years. His face looked exactly as memory froze it, sun-creased smile, black-framed glasses, high-cat hair. No hospital gown rustled, no smell of hand sanitizer. Pure dad, sitting calm on my bedsheet, elbows on knees. "Sport," he said. The voice had warmth even dreams never captured. "They tell me you're tired of climbing." I swallowed. My throat worked like rusted hinges. "Are you real?" "As real as you need." He didn't glow or fade. Just existed. "I can't hike anymore," I whispered, meaning more than exercise. Dad chuckled. "Everybody can hike. You just pick different trails over time." He leaned back. "Want to watch a movie instead?" That line transported me back to the lodge lounge, where Mom used to escape documentaries and hot cocoa while we two trekked. The memory broke something inside my chest, but not pain, relief. Tears welled. "Yeah," I said. "Let's watch a movie." He reached a hand toward mine. "Warm. Then heal up, so we've got time." Fluorescent lights clicked alive overhead. Nurses changed shift. Dad stood, winked, faded like sunrise fog. Monitor beep never faltered. My heart still beat. Surgery succeeded. Rehab marched slow, diet, treadmills, therapy for nightmares. I told my psychologist the canyon dream stopped the night of the heart attack. Not a single edge, not a single scream since. She asked what replaced it. I said, wet sandstone smell, a projector clicking, my father and I seated side by side, waiting for the opening credits on a giant blank screen. No danger, no climb, only anticipation. She smiled, called it progress. Sometimes, lying in early morning quiet, I picture the slot canyon still there, ledge solid, chains rattling in wind. Dad near the top, me partway down, but no longer frozen. I imagine we walk together, slower, across safer ground, until the trail widens and leads into a theater cut from red stone. That movie still hasn't started, but we've got all evening, popcorn ready, soft seats. Maybe nightmares are garbage trucks, as Crick said. Mine finally unloaded. Or maybe nightmares are letters from the dead we must reread until the handwriting is no longer frightening but familiar. Either way, I keep the message. Linda and I do cardio walks now, gentle slopes, good shoes. She jokes that I'm allowed on mountains only if they have railings and snack bars. I laugh along, and sometimes I hum the tune Dad used to whistle. On clear nights I still stand at the bedroom window, watch moonlight spray across rooftops, listen to distant thunder, and let the beauty outweigh the fear. The evening wind came out of the desert carrying a faint scent of sand and distant tamarisk. It rustled the palms that ringed Zara's modest garden and lifted a few curls of her hair away from her neck. By habit she walked slowly, lantern held close to her skirt so its dim flame would not draw the little night-flying beetles that loved firelight. She had known this patch of ground her entire life, but scorpions still ranged through the stones after sunset, and the pain of one sting could cripple a hand for days. She watched the path, stepping carefully between clumps of onion grass and pottery shards that poked through the soil like memories of older houses. Only when she reached the low stone bench under the date palm did she lift her gaze, and met a pair of lamp-like eyes reflecting back. A cat stood there. Not one of the long-legged, dusty-striped mousers that prowled most Egyptian farms, but a compact creature, coat dark as fresh-turned earth, eyes molten gold. The cat's look was not the quick, slanted study of animals that expect to be chased away. Instead it seemed measured, even ancient, as though the animal already knew who Zara was and had weighed her heart on scales no human could see. Zara's own heart lurched, then settled. She had felt restless all afternoon, missing the warm chatter of her sons and the steady reassurance of her husband's voice. His absence left an empty chamber in her chest that no wind from the desert could fill. Yet when the cat blinked, slowly, with the deep calm that animals use to signal trust, something eased inside her. She sat. The cat leapt without hesitation into her lap, kneading folds of homespun linen with gentle claws, circling twice before settling like a living weight against her knees. Zara stroked the sleek back and felt tension slip away as if the cat kneaded knots from her muscles. For a long while she simply breathed. Out beyond the mud-brick wall the twilight sky faded from lacquer blue to bruised violet, then to the translucent charcoal that precedes true night along the Nile. Zara thought of her family encamped many leagues north, their tents pitched close to the great pyramid rising stone by stone toward the belt of the heavens. Workers' fires would glow there now, sparks against the desert floor, each flame watched over by men bone-tired from hauling limestone. Her middle boy, Caleb, would be joking around those flames. Her eldest, Seti, would already be rolling into his sleeping mat, and little Nefer, who by now was not so little, would sprawl under a blanket and count shooting stars. Her husband Amin would walk perimeter, checking ropes, murmuring soft encouragement to any half-discouraged newcomer. They would not see her lantern's answering glow, but she hoped they felt it in their dreams. The cat's purring rose and fell like distant river water. Zara ran fingertips over the small round skull, amazed anew at the weight of trust in the animal's easy sprawl. Cats, everyone knew, chose their companions. You earned a donkey's service with barley, a dog's loyalty with scraps, but a cat's companionship arrived only if some hidden goddess whispered yes. Tonight the answer was unmistakable. Zara tipped her head back against the palm trunk, sighing, and the lantern flame blurred. Sleep tugged at her eyelids. She let it. When she woke much later, the breeze had cooled. Her lap was empty, the garden silent. Had the animal been real? Perhaps she had dozed too soon. Perhaps the night itself had coasted into her dreams disguised as a cat. She rose, joints stiff, and carried the lantern home. Morning spread pink light across irrigated fields. Zara's first chore was always water, drawn at dawn while the clay jar was still cool against her hip. She stopped by the donkey shed to coo at her recovering Janet, a sweet-tempered creature that had bruised a foreleg in a stumble. A layer of unbaked clay still bandaged the swelling. Only a quarter moon earlier Zara had fretted the animal might never regain her stride, but salt compresses and patience were working wonders. The donkey flicked an ear and accepted its ration of clover. Zara smiled despite weariness. Throughout that week Zara checked her lane in the evenings, eyes adjusting to half-light, half hoping to see golden eyes again. She left meat scraps near the door like offerings. 3 nights passed. On the 4th, at that hush when the horizon drinks the sun's last drop, she heard soft footfalls and found the cat waiting by the orange-flowered jasmine. In its narrow jaws dangled 2 newborn kittens, no larger than sparrow chicks, fur fuzz like storm clouds. One after another the mother deposited them at Zara's feet and sat back, tail curled, as though presenting tribute. Zara's breath hitched. She knelt, palms together, bowing slightly in the way she remembered priestesses greeting temple statues. "Welcome," she whispered. "May Batat bless us all." From that hour the cats lived under her roof. She wove a sleeping basket, lined it with lamb's wool, positioned it near the hearth where warmth seeped through sun-baked bricks long after dusk. The mother, soon christened Amber for the gembrite amulet Zara later hung around her neck, took food gently from Zara's hand and tolerated no nonsense from barn mice. Within weeks the kittens teetered on stubby legs. Within months they bounded through rows of barley stubble, suppressing giggles the way only kittens can manage. Zara laughed aloud for the first time in seasons. Harvest moon found her still laughing. Then hoofbeats pulsed on the horizon, and a cloud of figures home from pyramid work spilled into the yard. Suns taller than she remembered swung down from carts, voices cracking between boyhood and manhood. Her husband's arms wrapped her, smelling of limestone dust, and wild sage gathered along the road. The family rejoiced late into night, trading tales, copper chisels choking on quartz veins, camaraderie of thousands lifting blocks and measured chants, the wonder of seeing the king himself inspect progress. Amin told her quietly of a foreman's praise and how that praise had earned him promotion to master mason. The coin and grain he brought, he said, were mere symbols. Greater reward would come when the king himself granted land stipends to master craftsmen after completion. Zara's mind reeled. Land, perhaps a second courtyard, perhaps a tiled pond shaded by fig trees. She imagined her daughter learning to swim beside lotus flowers. Yes, she was with child again. In early weeks her body had whispered the news. She shared it that night, and cheers from sons and husbands shook palm fronds overhead. They blessed the cat as bearer of fortune. 8 months later fortune arrived as a dark-eyed daughter named Heba, whose first lullaby was the rumble of a cat's throat. Prosperity stretched year upon year. Even seasons when locusts tempted fate, Zara's grain jars remained half full. The donkey recovered fully, pulling steadily at market days. Water lines dug by Amin's promotion wages kept vines green past the equinox. Neighbors claimed some spirit guarded the household. Zara merely smiled, fingers absently stroking the amber amulet at Amber's neck. One dawn Heba, now 6, burst into the yard shouting about feathers falling from the sky. Zara, carrying a loaf to the outer oven, followed the girl's pointing finger. Beyond the reeds at river's edge, 2 juvenile crocodiles lounged. A trio of young egrets picked insects from cracked mud. Amber, curious, padded closer. One croc hissed, swishing its heavy tail. The egrets took alarm and bounded aloft, wings beating. Their sudden ascent startled a nesting eagle hidden among reeds. It launched upward, talons outstretched, and in that twist of claws and sunlight Amber was lifted screaming into air. Zara's voice joined the scream, raw, involuntary. She sprinted. The eagle carried prey only yards before the cat's claws raked its scaled legs. Feathers flew. The bird lost altitude. Cat and eagle tumbled, separate shapes, one landing hard on a shale ledge. The maid, who had just arrived with water skins, saw everything. She reached Amber first. The cat's flank heaved. Ribs shifted unnaturally beneath torn skin. Amber's eyes sought the maid's and stilled. Blood streaked her whiskers like war paint. Zara wrapped the small body in her shawl, keening low. Night brought neighbors with bowls of barley broth, but nothing eased the hush inside their walls. The next day Zara visited the embalmer's hut on the outskirts of their village. She parted with more silver than she had spared even for her uncle's burial, insisting on cedar oils, precise natron drying, the finest linen strips. The embalmer understood. Bastet's children must be honored. When Amber emerged swaddled and serene, Zara placed her own necklace, the amulet that bore Bastet's sly smile, around the cat's neck. Into the tiny sarcophagus shaped like a crouching feline she slid a pinch of catnip, a clay mouse, and a dish of milk bread for eternity. Years layered dust over grief. Heba grew tall. Seti married. Caleb enlisted with Desert Patrol. Nefer apprenticed at the pottery kiln. Zara's hair silvered. One winter her lungs weakened, and she sensed her journey's evening approach. She instructed Nefer to bury Amber beside her when time came. She watched over us, Zara told him, and I will watch over her beyond. When Zara departed this life, mourners processed with laments and incense, laying her in a limestone tomb just west of the village boundary, the land of sunset where spirits embark for the field of reeds. True to promise, Nefer placed Amber's casket at his mother's feet, binding human and cat together for what Egyptians believed was the long shining day that never ends. Centuries wheel past, indifferent and unstoppable. Dynasties rise, crumble, leave broken pylons for goats to climb. The Nile shifts course, floods fields that once were dry and drains ponds that once were deep. Sand eats roads, uncovers bones, eats them again. In a bright, humming city called Cairo, far from the old village, another story coils into life. Sarah Amin leans over library tables strewn with maps and satellite photos, her dark braids slipping over one shoulder. She is 27, quick-witted, half Egyptian by her father, half English by her mother, wholly enthralled by archaeology. Childhood Saturdays meant tagging behind her father through the British Museum, listening as he translated hieroglyphics etched in granite. He told her legends of gods who walked as humans, of cats that guarded gateways between worlds. He told her of the Wag Festival, when paper boats bearing flickering lamps drifted on the river in honor of departed souls. She carried those stories like talismans through university, graduate school, months of grant applications. Now grant money winks. Supplies are stacked. A jeep caravan rattles south into trackless desert. Sarah's team includes 4 students, 2 Egyptian antiquities inspectors, and half a dozen laborers who know sand the way sailors know tides. They follow GPS points to where ground-penetrating radar suggested substructures under a low dune shaped like a sleeping lion. Day after blistering day they peel away sediment. A shattered jar rim emerges, then a line of mud brick, and beneath that an angled stone roof betrays the presence of a shaft. The shaft plunges into darkness cooled by 20 centuries. On the 12th afternoon a trowel knocks limestone. They whisper a prayer, widen the gap, and lower a bulb lamp. Fumes swirl across painted walls, blue lotus, yellow barley, green jed pillars. In the lamp glow dazzles a face, plaster, gilded, serene, set atop a sealed sarcophagus. Hieroglyphs announce, Zara, beloved of Batet, weaver of cedar oils, mother of Heba. A second, smaller coffin rests beside the woman's knees, carved in the likeness of a cat poised to spring. Sarah's breath catches. Among thousands of tombs catalogued in databases, few contain human and animal interred together outside royal kennels. She photographs cautious inches, dictates notes, records every layer. When at last they lift the cat coffin, with as smooth as date syrup under the dust, she notices a necklace fused by time to the feline throat, a pendant of translucent amber shaped like Bastet's head. Night gathers. Over campfire lentils Sarah replays the find, palms still tingling. The cat, the amber, the mother's name lost yet found. A sense of circular time spirals in her chest, layers connecting Zara the ancient to herself the modern, strand by golden strand. Field season ends. Artifacts packed, records sealed, the team flies to Cairo for storage protocols. Sarah boards a London flight, amber amulet under official escort, destined for conservation labs. She pictures her father's sparkling eyes when she describes the tomb. But Heathrow's arrival's hall delivers a heartbreak instead. Her mother waiting, tears marking cheeks, words struggling out, aneurysm, sudden, gone before ambulance. The airport ceiling tilts. Sarah folds into her mother's arms, the two clutching each other as departure screens flicker oblivious overhead. Grief tunnels weeks into gray fog. There is funeral paperwork, condolence cards, a half-empty mug by the bed that no one dares wash. Their house sounds cavernous without his booming laugh. One late October evening Sarah cannot sit among boxes of unopened mail any longer. She rummages through a cedar chest of keepsakes. Her father's childhood stamp collection, his museum ID badge, a paper boat he once folded for her 6-year-old hands. She remembers how he taught her to set such boats afloat on Regent's Canal during London summers, and how he explained their deeper meaning. The WAG Festival's ancient belief that small craft could carry messages to beloved dead. Sarah pockets the boat, a tea light, a match. She leaves a note so her mother will not wake panicked. Damp wind greets her outside, scattering smoke-scented leaves down lamplight lanes. She walks until she reaches the river. The tide is slack, water smooth as philosophy. She sets the boat upon the surface, lights the candle, watches flame tremble into a path of gold. "For you, Dad," she says. A soft cry answers. At her ankle brushes velvet fur. A black cat stands on the embankment wall, eyes molten, pendant of amber glowing at its collar. Sarah's heart knocks. She kneels, hand extended. The cat leans forward, bumping her knuckles, whiskers tickling her palm. "You," she whispers. The cat purrs, a low engine that vibrates through stone. Sarah feels something lift, the same weight that eased when Zara first stroked Amber long ago. She presses the pendant against her chest. Warmth seeps through wool coat to skin, to sternum, to aching heart. A river breeze stiffens. She glances back to the cat, but the wall is empty, only fallen leaves skittering like memories along the path. She walks home lighter. Her mother sleeps, face calm for the first time in days. Sarah hangs the pendant above her own bed. Dreams that night are colored amber, desert dawn, palm shade courtyard, a woman laughing as kittens tumble after beetles. In the doorway stands a man who might be Sarah's father or might be someone older wearing his smile. He beckons toward a pool where lotus flowers bloom though the water is silver moonlight. Sarah understands without words. Love is a thread stretched across centuries, anchored by paws as much as hands. Dawn glows pale. Sarah wakes rested. She strokes the amber charm, feels quiet purpose. There are reports to write, a museum exhibit to plan, a mother to comfort. There are stories her father never finished telling, and she will tell them, of how workers sang while hauling stone, of how mothers packed bread shaped like hearts, of how cats guarded families in life and in death. Sarah picks up a pen. Somewhere in distant dawn light, a black cat walks a garden path, tail high, eyes bright, continuing an eternal watch. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. It takes almost no time at all for a child to lose track of a parent in a grocery store. One slow blink, one bright box of cereal, and the grown-up you depend on disappears. My mother and I used to go to the Winn-Dixie on summer afternoons that felt as bright as flashbulbs. She pushed the cart, checking sale tags and grocery lists, and I trailed behind, half bored, half dazzled by the rainbow packaging in every aisle. That day I stopped in front of the breakfast shelves because the cartoon mascots were impossible to resist. Here was a tiger wearing a red scarf. There was a leprechaun in a green coat. Farther down, a cackling ghost pouring blue milk over pale marshmallows. I knew very well my mother would not allow any of those sugar bombs to land in the cart. She was firm about nutrition and our family budget, but I could still stand close, read the back of a box, imagine how neon-colored marshmallows might taste. My gaze drifted upward toward the highest shelf where the most expensive cereals sat like trophies. That was when I felt the air change. Before any sound reached me, before any shadow crossed my vision, my body understood something unwelcome had stepped into the same space. The hairs on my arms lifted. Heat rose along the back of my neck. I looked left, then right, expecting to see another shopper moving toward the bread or maybe an employee stocking cans. But the aisle was empty from end to end. Only rows of boxes peered back. The fact that no one was there frightened me more than if someone had been. I was suddenly aware of how small I was, how far I was from the front registers, how skinny those fluorescent tubes looked against the ceiling's dark vents. And then I heard it, a heavy, deliberate footstep, not on my aisle but close enough that the floor trembled. Another footstep followed, louder. Metal shelving rattled as if cans were tapping against each other, asking permission to fall. The sound was deliberate, not like human walking, but the slow stomp of something huge that did not care about the store's polished tile or neat merchandising. He was coming. At age 6 I did not yet have words for adrenaline, but I felt its white-hot bite. I could imagine the cause of those crashing steps, a monster too big for doors, too angry for words. Even before I saw him, I could smell dust and hear a faint snort that reminded me of cartoon dragons breathing smoke. My mind tried to picture a safe place in the store, but every shelf seemed flimsy, every freezer too loud, every stockroom too far away. I kept facing the far end of the aisle because turning my back on an unseen threat felt dangerous, yet standing frozen seemed worse. I slid one foot backward then the other, careful not to scuff my sneakers. Maybe if I moved quietly I could reach the main aisle and run toward the registers where adults stood, where cashiers scanned groceries, where the glass exit doors waited. Maybe the creature would stay on its side of the cereal, curious about cartoon mascots, uninterested in little boys. The floor proved how wrong I was. A web of cracks shot across the white tile at the far corner, spreading like lightning veins toward a fallen box of cornflakes. I did not need to count more steps. The monster had arrived. A shape twice as tall as the shelves crowded the turn, blocking fluorescent light. I saw green skin packed tight over muscles as wide as car bumpers. Dust rose around enormous legs. The creature's chest heaved like a furnace bellows. When the monster's eyes locked on mine, eyes shadowed under a brow like a cliff, there was nothing left but running. I turned, abandoning silence. My sneakers squeaked. I sprinted past spaghetti sauce jars, dodged a display of tissue boxes that looked suddenly fragile. Behind me the monster inhaled deeply, a sound like wind sucked through a canyon, and let out a roar so raw it shredded every other noise in the aisle. People at the front registers heard it, heads swiveled in alarm. I flew past a woman pushing a cart full of canned peaches. The cart became airborne behind me, tossed aside as if it were made of straws. A toddler wailed as a father scooped the child into his arms and leapt for safety between two checkout counters. Automatic doors at the entrance sensed my momentum and opened with a sigh that felt too slow. I burst into hot daylight, pavement shimmering under summer heat, the air thick with gasoline fumes and melted asphalt. My lungs grabbed fire. For a split second I considered hiding under the nearest parked car. But my imagination betrayed me. What if the monster simply flipped the vehicle as casually as it had lobbed that shopping cart? I sprinted across the painted lines, weaving between bumpers, praying I blended with their shapes. Behind me glass exploded. Metal screeched. The monster nailed his feet into the parking lot, shaking loose pebbles and setting off a car alarm. From the corner of my eye I saw him standing above the cars, green torso twisting slowly like he was scanning a toy landscape for the one child who had dared escape. His hair, tangled and gray like storm clouds, lifted in the hot breeze. Purple shorts hung in shreds around his upper thighs. Even from a distance I felt the heat of his anger roll across blacktop. He began lifting cars, an old station wagon first, then a blue sedan, tilting them, peering underneath, dismissing them with flicks of his wrists. Metal crumpled, windshield shattered, alarms shrieked and then fell silent under his stomps. Fear sharpened into a single command: run farther. Beyond the grocery lot a line of storefronts marched along a wide sidewalk. My legs pumped, shoes banging against concrete. Each exhale sounded like a whistle split in half. One store's glass door reflected a brief glimpse of my face, eyes saucer-wide, forehead slick, cereal aisle dust still on my shirt. I worried my lungs would burst before the monster tired, but I also knew he was gaining even though he never sprinted. His strides were too long, 2 of his steps equaled 10 of mine. Daylight began to smear at the edges as if heat waves bent vision. Farther ahead I saw a brick 4-story building I somehow recognized, though I had never been inside. Its double doors glinted dark bronze. I aimed for them, told my legs they had to carry me one more block. Tires squealed behind me. The monster shoved a white SUV aside and strode into the street. A stoplight pole bent under his hip as he passed. Horns blared. My shoes hit the first step of the building entrance. The doors opened inward, heavy, smelling faintly of chalk and floor wax. I slammed them behind me, but the momentary clang told me the latch would never hold. Directly in front of me, a stairwell arrowed upward while a hallway stretched left. My sense of the place grew clearer. Upstairs classrooms, tiles echoing footsteps, second stairwell at the far end. If I could scale one flight, cross a corridor, descend the opposite stairwell, maybe the monster would choose the wrong direction. I took the stairs 2 at a time, my pulse drumming behind my eyes. Half flight, landing, half flight, now the second floor. I kept climbing. The building's front door crashed open below. Plaster rained from the ceiling. The beast's roar filled the stairwell like thunder inside a well. Shadows of his elbows smeared stair treads behind me. If he lunged, the chase would end now. Instead he climbed. Slow again, purposeful, letting each step reverberate so I would know escape was useless. The psychological weight was worse than any punch. The floors vibrated. I reached the 3rd landing, saw the 2nd floor's hallway door push gently outward from the quake like a mouth ready to swallow me. I ignored it and continued up. One more level, one more, whispered my brain. Feet numb, calves blazing, I staggered toward the final set of steps leading to the 4th floor. But breath left me like air from a punctured balloon. Somewhere deep my fear mutated into syrup-thick fatigue. The world tilted slightly. That was always the moment in dreams when I recognized the rules. My legs would slow, gravity would double, escape would shrink to a wish. I tried anyway, dragging myself upward, one riser, another, until my hand fumbled for the rail at the 4th floor landing. Behind me the monster was still ascending. His footfalls cracked the 1st floor's staircase rail. My head spun. Choosing up again felt stupid. The roof offered no hiding places. Yet one thought pushed, the mirror stairwell on the opposite side. Reach it, circle down, maybe slide out a service door. Maybe find Mom. Maybe find an adult with a phone, a police cruiser, anything. I shoved through the 4th floor hallway door, lungs rasping. Fluorescent bulbs flickered overhead, casting pale stripes across beige paint. The hallway looked impossibly long, like staring down a carnival mirror that stretched perspective. Gray doors with narrow glass panes lined each side. All were closed. Some bore taped construction paper art, smiling suns, crooked letters. I sprinted past, wrists brushing door handles, hoping to find one unlocked where I could dart inside, but every knob resisted. The beast struck the hallway door behind me. Hinges screamed. My sneakers skidded. Midway down, I seized a knob, yanked desperately, and door number 5 swung inward. I fell across fresh waxed linoleum, slammed the door with half a cry, and scuttled to a teacher's desk. My chest heaved so quickly spots burst behind my eyelids. I forced myself under the desk, tucking knees to chin. Dust motes skated through sunlight that sliced the blind slats. Chalk smell. Somewhere a projector sat abandoned, cartwheels squeaky. The memory of school days, morning pledges, safety, mocked my panic. The hallway fell silent. Whatever wreckage the monster caused now muffled to nothing. Maybe he had guessed the wrong door. Maybe he lumbered toward the opposite stairwell. I counted breaths, 1,000, 1,000, till I reached 20. Nothing. A knob clicked. The door swung open so slowly it didn't creak. I tasted bile. Heavy foot scrapes crossed the threshold, each press groaning against subfloor beams. The classroom lights remained dark. Only window slits painted his shin in white lines when he stepped between desks. I held breath until edges of vision dimmed. At last he stopped mere feet from my hiding place. His legs, tree trunk thick, smelled faintly of crushed parking lot asphalt. He sniffed, audible, a beast testing wind. A low grunt followed. Something changed then. Instead of roaring or flipping desks, the monster uttered a single, growled word, almost a name, mine. Heat washed my cheeks. My heartbeats shook the desk legs. He breathed in again, deeper, and the word repeated, longer, rolling through his throat like rocks, Mayan. One enormous green hand settled on the desktop above me. From beneath I saw its weight flex the wood. Thick fingers spread, nails black and chipped. He drummed once, as if testing density. I held my shrunken world inside silent lungs, begging furniture to stay still, dust to lie calm. The opposite door at the far end of the hallway banged open. Voices, male, startled, human, spilled in. "What the, sir, you can't be!" The beast straightened, desk groaning under retreat of pressure. I heard his turn, his answer, a roar that shattered the corridor's windows. Shouts tumbled away. Feet pounded. Gunmetal smell of fear floated in. This was my gamble. While his attention swung outward, I slid from beneath the desk, crawled fast, reached window farthest from hallway door. Lever latch squealed too loud. Outside 2 stories below lay a hedgerow thick with unnamed shrubs. Better broken leg than no leg. I pushed sash high, hooked hands onto sill. Behind me desk skidded, chalk containers toppled as he turned back, sensing motion. I threw one leg over then the other, balanced half out, half in, my small hands greased with sweat. He lunged. Classroom floorboards boomed. Window frame cracked as his hand slammed where my ankle had dangled a heartbeat earlier. Air whooshed. I dropped. Leaves slapped. Branches snapped. Hedge caught me like a reluctant pillow, thumping breath from lungs but gripping me away from Earth's harder cruelty. I rolled onto mulch, dazed, blinked sky, found it blue and indifferent. Above, monster's head protruded through window like a nightmare puppet. He bellowed frustration so forceful a flock of birds erupted from a roof gutter. I crawled backward until Hedge spit me onto a service walk. My knees bled through jeans. I staggered, half limp, half sprint, toward the street where a delivery van idled. Driver stared open-mouthed at broken windows. I waved, voice shredded. "Drive!" He did, tires squealing, then door slamming behind my leap. The building shrank in mirror glass. Monster silhouette whipped around, but street canyons of the city seemed to confuse him at last. The driver sped 2 blocks, 3, before pulling over, hands shaking on wheel. "Kid, are you okay?" I nodded, lungs snatching air. He mumbled something about getting police. I murmured that my mom was at the Winn-Dixie. He swung the van toward the store. When we arrived, police cruisers ringed shattered entrance. No green Titan. Just twisted metal, toppled cereal boxes, a sea of questions. That was the end of this terror in the waking world, but in sleep the chase never ended. Year after year the dream returned, cereal aisle, cracks in tile, roar, flight, stairs, dead end, paralyzing grip of being hunted by a force that could not be outrun. One night, decades later, the pattern broke. In the dream I reached the 4th floor landing, heart exploding, but instead of turning the corner I felt the dream slow like tape gauged by finger. I was no longer 6. I was my adult self, standing inside my own memory. Valuable seconds blinked by. I thought, what if I stopped running? The hallway door behind me quivered with each nearing step. Dust sifted from ceiling joints. I turned to face the stairwell. He emerged, filling frame, shoulders scraping jams, skin that impossible green, eyes lit with storm. But his face flickered. For the briefest beat I saw lines of exhaustion, sorrow, even something like recognition. He raised one hand, not balled in anger but extended, palm up, as though searching for something he had lost long ago. Before fear reclaimed me, I spoke, not shouted, merely said, as if words could rewrite the script. We're finished. The hall dissolved. Tiles unraveled into falling pixels. Stair rail curled like paper in flame. The monster's outline wavered, softened, shrank, became smoke, became nothing. My eyes opened in darkness of my bedroom. Sweat cooled on my chest, yes, but heartbeats came steady. Beside me my husband stirred, snored. I listened hard. The house settled, refrigerator hummed. No echoes of cracking tile or roaring lung. For first time since childhood I felt the dream had ended on my terms. I slipped from bed to fetch water, checking children's rooms by instinct. Daughter glow pink, son glow green, heads buried in plush comfort. His Hulk doll lay under one arm, yarn hair frizzed in sleep. I smiled, a small ache, but also relief. I tucked his blanket, turned nightlight dial to dim. The hallway smelled of lavender detergent and home. The weight that had lived between my shoulder blades for so many years felt lighter. Perhaps the monster was not only rage made flesh. Perhaps he was fear itself, repeating until I learned to meet his eye. Maybe he had waited all this time for me to speak, to offer a word that acknowledged both his strength and my own. I walked back to bed, slid under covers, and this time dreams came quiet as dusk after storm. Morning light eased through the blinds in narrow bands that marched across the ceiling. I lay still for a long while, listening to the whisper of the heater, the sigh of my husband's breathing, and the distant clang of a garbage truck on its weekly route. Nothing inside me was in a hurry. I recognized the sensation with mild surprise: rest. Deep, unfussy rest, the sort you feel after finishing a test or reaching the peak of a long hike. I had grown so used to waking in a storm of adrenaline that the quiet felt almost ornamental, a luxury item left on a pillow by an anonymous benefactor. When the kids came clattering down the hallway, I was already dressed, coffee warming my hands. They stumbled into the kitchen sleepy-eyed and hungry, as if night had turned them into miniature bears. My daughter announced she needed a cereal box for a school craft. My son, still clutching the Hulk doll, declared he wanted green pancakes shaped like fists. I poured batter into a pan, made spirals of food coloring, and watched my children giggle at what looked like Martian breakfast. As we ate, I studied my son's face. The doll's tattered shorts brushed his plate, and oatmeal flecks dotted its threadbare chest. For years that doll had symbolized my terror in a way even I had not admitted. Now it simply seemed like his favorite toy, no malice, no haunting. I asked if he wanted to wash the doll's hair in the sink. He frowned, hugged it closer, and said maybe later. I let the matter drop. Many weeks slipped past without a single nightmare. I found myself browsing the cereal aisle without anxiety, even humming along to the grocery store's canned music as I grabbed Honey Nut Oats and whole grain flakes. Nothing in the shelves whispered threat. My pulse stayed even. In the parking lot, I buckled my toddler nephew into his car seat and caught myself smiling up at a cloudless strip of sky. Therapy sessions with Dr. Locke continued, though their tone changed. Instead of digging for childhood shards, I began talking about the present, teaching third graders fractions, volunteering for the spring carnival, and wondering whether we could afford to repaint the house. I was shocked the first time Dr. Locke asked if I felt ready to reduce visits to once a month. I paused for half a breath and answered yes. On a chill Sunday afternoon in February, wind sharp, sun weak but determined, I drove to visit my mother. She still lived in the same neighborhood, though Winn-Dixie had long ago become a carpet outlet. Her front porch sagged in friendly welcome as I approached. Inside, the house smelled of lemon wax and old crochet yarn. Mom waved me toward the couch, lowering herself into the armchair she favored for jigsaw puzzles. "You look rested," she said after handing me a mug of weak tea. "I feel rested." Her eyebrows lifted. "No dreams?" "Not for months." She set her tea down, both hands around the rim as if warming them. "I used to worry I'd done something. Letting you wander that aisle alone. You didn't do anything wrong, Mom. Kids wander. Nightmares are complicated." We spoke easily after that, leafing through photo albums of my father's old garden, my brother's graduation, my baby pictures in footsie pajamas. On the drive home, I reflected that sharing ordinary conversation felt like stitching a torn quilt, patient motions that sealed thin places. Then March arrived, ushering in a blur of obligations, report card conferences, dental cleanings, and my husband's string of business trips. He left early on a Thursday morning, kissing my temple while I pretended to stay asleep. Rain whipped the windows all afternoon. By nightfall the power blinked once, twice, then surrendered. The house plunged into darkness so thick I could taste drywall dust. Both children called from their rooms. I retrieved flashlights, calmed their nerves, and arranged a nest of blankets in the living room. Candles flickered on the mantel, throwing friendly shadows. My daughter rehearsed lines for her spring play. My son built towering block castles, then smashed them in slow-motion roars. We laughed whenever thunder rattled the fireplace screen. Eventually exhaustion overtook them. They yawned and curled like kittens. At midnight I dozed in the recliner, candle stub guttering beside me. A low creak fluttered from the kitchen, nothing alarming, just house timbers shifting after a day saturated with rain. I tipped my head back, letting sleep take hold. That was when I sensed it, a heaviness pressing through the walls, the atmospheric drop before a storm cell. My eyelids snapped open. The candle had died, its smoke twisted like a black ribbon. Flashlight beams lay dark where the children slept. The house felt suddenly cavernous, unfamiliar. In the hush came a distant thump. Once. Then again. Old reflexes leapt to attention. I heard no footsteps, only the muted echo of something weighty changing position. My pulse galloped. In the archway separating living room from hallway, a large shape materialized. For half a second flashlight glare from the floor caught its silhouette. Broad shoulders, ragged shorts, hair like matted iron. Green skin shimmered in faint streetlight sneaking past curtains. My adult mind insisted this was impossible. Nightmares belonged inside dreams. Yet the floorboards sagged beneath tangible weight. Drywall seams popped in protest. He exhaled. The sound rumbled deep, yet softer than the aisle roar of childhood. It carried grief. Or maybe I imagined nuance because terror choked interpretation. He said nothing, just looked. His eyes, a darker green than skin, flicked from my children's sleeping forms to me. I stepped forward, palms out, as if negotiating with a cornered animal. "You don't belong here," I whispered. My voice scraped like sand. He tilted his head. The ragged edge of his hair brushed his collarbones. The old toy tucked under my son's arm shifted in candle gloom, its yarn hair bobbed. Hulk staring at Hulk. A thick knuckle rose, pointing at the doll. Then he pointed at me. His brow furrowed, not angry, puzzled. Around his outspread feet lay tumbling blocks, half-smashed castles. "I understand," I said, though I wasn't sure I did. "But they're safe. You don't need to frighten them." He inhaled, shoulders lifting mountains, and lowered himself to one knee. The floor screamed but held. He reached forward, fingers brushing fallen blocks, nudging them into a crooked wall. From the toy castle he picked the highest turret and set it upright. 1 breath. 2. Then he stood. The hallway light blinked on, power restored. The room brightened. He was gone. Not a board creaked. Only overturned blocks proved weight had knelt there. My heart thumped like fists on doors for minutes before rhythm slowed. I tucked blankets tighter around the sleeping kids, carried candles to the sink, and whispered a dozen steadying words my therapist had taught me. The next morning's sunlight made the night feel half hallucinated, but evidence remained: splintered block, hairline crack in hardwood plank, faint greenish smudge on the archway where broad shoulders had brushed. My son yawned, spotted the toppled castle, and blinked in confusion. "I had a dream," he said, busy rebuilding. He was helping. I knelt beside him. "Who?" He shrugged. "Big guy." "Nice." In that shrug I discovered a strange calm. If the creature's presence had shifted from hunter to helper, maybe something inside me had already healed, enough that fear could alchemize into something else. Life kept me busy. Spring Carnival needed volunteers. I slung hot dogs, traded tickets for stuffed animals. One slow hour I manned the haunted house line. Children emerged squealing about cheesy skeletons and rubber bats. I didn't flinch. I even laughed with them. June arrived, cloaking afternoons in syrupy heat. My husband grilled burgers while kids chased fireflies. Later, when dishes sat drying, we sprawled on the couch, scrolling movie options. He paused on a superhero film whose thumbnail showed a towering green figure. I felt the old sting of panic, but I let it pass. "Why not?" I said. 90 minutes later I surprised myself by enjoying it, at least parts. Fiction gave the monster a backstory: rage born of wanting to protect, strength misinterpreted. I looked at the screen and felt not dread but a throb of empathy. Weeks slid toward August. One Saturday I took the children to a new supermarket outside town. It boasted murals of local farms and a bakery that perfumed aisles with cinnamon. While my daughter debated cupcake flavors, my son tugged my hand toward breakfast cereals. "Can we look?" he asked. I hesitated, then followed. Boxes gleamed under LED track lights. Cartoon mascots flashed toothy smiles. I read labels: whole grain, less sugar, bright promises of fiber. My son reached up, pulling down a box decorated with, you guessed it, an animated green strongman smashing through a city. Marshmallow fists floated among corn puffs. He bounced on sneakers. "Please?" A phantom chill brushed my spine, but I bent low, reading sugar grams, weighing costs. Someday he would outgrow silly cereals. His dentist might scold me, but my terror was gone. "We can try it," I said. His cheer startled a woman pushing past. I laughed, tucking the box under my arm like a playful secret. At home we poured bowls. Bright green marshmallows dissolved into mint-color milk. My son crunched enthusiastically. I took one spoonful, braced for some nameless memory. Nothing. Just sweet grit, neon sugar on tongue, a flicker of childhood joy. That night the monster visited once more, but not in rage, not in pursuit. I dreamed I stood in a field of tall grass under a dawn-pink sky. He approached quietly, walking rather than stomping. Though still taller than telephone poles, his expression was neither wrathful nor ashamed. He crouched so our eyes aligned. I saw galaxies of grief and galaxies of relief swirling there. He opened his enormous hand. Inside lay the broken turret block from my living room castle. He offered it. I reached. The moment would touch my palm, block transformed into polished stone shaped like a small house, 4 walls and a roof. Home. I woke with dawn light brushing curtains, the smell of cut grass drifting from an open window. In my hand lay the wooden block, intact. I whispered thank you into the hushed room. Months later Dr. Locke leaned back in her chair, eyes kind. Trauma rewires the brain. Fear becomes a well-worn path. But every time you face the memory with new skills, you pave a different path. The hostile figure loses its power. I told her about the nightlight hallway, the living room castle, the cereal aisle where I now strolled guilt-free. She nodded. Sounds like you've reclaimed the narrative. I think he did too, I said, surprising myself. Who? The monster. She waited. I think he used to be my fear. Now he's just another part of me that was asking to be heard. I didn't know how to listen. Many of our most frightening parts want exactly that. I left her office breathing clean September air. On the walk to my car, Leaves scrape sidewalks and dry hisses, announcing a season change. I noticed a smashed soda can gleaming by a parking meter, its dented shape eerily like a tiny green fist. I stooped, placed it in the recycling bin, and continued on. Winter eventually returned. One evening after homework, my son perched beside me, his Hulk doll dressed in a makeshift scarf his sister had knitted. "Mom," he said, stroking the yarn hair, "why is he always angry?" I closed my laptop, considering. Sometimes big feelings come from big worries. Anger is one way to show you're scared or sad. He thought about that. But he protects people. Yes. So he's good? He tries to be, I said. Sometimes we all have parts that look scary but want to protect us. He nodded, satisfied. Later I watched him tuck the doll into a shoebox bed beside his own pillow, whispering goodnight. He slept soundly. I did too. The dreams still arrive once in a while, usually on nights dense with thunder and canned soup memories. Yet the script has changed. Sometimes the monster and I sit on grocery store tiles amid spilled cereal and talk without words. Sometimes we build castles from lighter blocks that do not break. Once I offered him a toothbrush for all that angry snarling. He accepted with humble gratitude. Each variation leaves me waking unafraid, convinced that terror can evolve into dialogue when offered light and patience. Life is not a neat arc. Healing seldom claims a final chapter. But my son carries his toy Hulk to kindergarten show and tell, talking proudly about super strength used for good. My daughter directs her playmates in a skit where the monster learns to meditate. And I stand at the doorway, coffee in hand, listening to their laughter fill rooms once haunted by my own midnight footsteps. Gabriella arrived in late June with the sort of excitement a child might feel when stepping into a rambling curiosity shop. Everything smelled faintly of dust, lemon oil, and possibility. The house was a two-story clapboard structure tucked behind an ancient oak, its branches leaning close to the roof as if eavesdropping on the silent stories inside. She unlocked the door on her very first afternoon, heard the hinges groan like someone disturbed from a deep sleep, and paused on the threshold, while the warm breath of the interior drifted across her cheeks. At 55 she had already lived a life that felt full to bursting, but the minute she crossed that worn threshold she sensed there was still another chapter waiting to be told, one inked not in ordinary words but in the quiet murmurs of the dead. Even while the movers unloaded her furniture, she found herself standing motionless at the foot of the stairs, listening to pockets of air shift in distant rooms, convinced that both memory and presence were already circling her like unseen moths. She was no stranger to such intuition, for as long as she could remember, her skin had been tuned to subtle frequencies. Other people noticed the obvious, shouts, laughter, sobs, but Gabriella registered the low hum that lay beneath, the wordless residue of hope or grief left behind whenever a family moved out, a baby cried, or a dying man sighed away his final breath. It had made childhood confusing, adolescence isolating, adulthood both exhausting and luminous. She had learned to treat every unfamiliar space as a kind of palimpsest, scratch away the most recent layer of paint, and someone else's emotion was still fresh and pulsing beneath. By the end of move-in day she was physically tired yet inwardly restless. There were no boxes left to unpack, no shelves left to wipe, but the house itself would not let her forget its age. Floorboards shivered when no one stepped on them, the kitchen window rattled though the evening air lay still as a held breath, and certain corners carried a briny scent of tears that could not have come from any bottle or rag. She told herself it was reasonable to feel unsettled. After all, she had lived in her previous apartment for nearly 2 decades, long enough to memorize every squeak and settle. But as night dropped over the neighborhood, it came down fast and heavy, like a stage curtain. She recognized the weight in her chest as something older than simple nerves. It was the same pressing sensation that had warned her, at 7, that her mother's friend was silently grieving, the same buzzing pressure that announced the presence of her own grandmother's restless spirit the morning after Di Oma's funeral. It was a clear, unmistakable note: someone is here. Instead of retreating, she followed the feeling the way a dowser follows the tug of an unseen current. She carried a single lamp from one room to the next and let its soft glow brush each wall, making introductions in quiet whispers. By the time she reached the bedroom that would be hers, the humid air had thickened into almost physical gloom. The lamp's circle of light faded at its edges as though absorbed by invisible cloth. Gabriella set it on the bedside table, opened one of the tall sash windows, and tried to coax a breeze inside. All she captured was the drone of cicadas and the sultry odor of late-blooming magnolias. She undressed slowly, folded her clothes with deliberate care, and pulled a thin sheet over her legs. Sweat beaded beneath her collarbone. A ceiling fan clicked overhead, pushing the same hot air in lazy spirals. Sleep came and went in shallow waves. Each time she drifted downward, she felt a new tide of emotions slip beneath the last: curiosity, then sorrow, then a thundercloud of panic so fierce it jolted her upright, heart banging. She checked the time. Short red dashes glowed 1:57 a.m., and white dampness from her hairline. The panic did not belong to her. It floated near the dresser, an invisible shape quivering in the lamplight. She reached for the chain but hesitated. Turning on light, she had learned, sometimes scattered a presence, sometimes it lured it closer. Tonight instinct said, "Show yourself." She tugged the chain. Light flared. And there, in the far corner by the closet door, stood a woman as clearly as any living stranger might stand, though even a blind man would have known this was no mortal visitor. The figure seemed carved of dusk. Her hair lay in tangled ropes down her shoulders. Her face carried the exhausted pallor of someone whose pulse had long since stilled, and the eyes, enormous and liquid, radiated such bruised despair that Gabriella's lungs stung in sympathy. The nightgown that clung to the woman's limbs was torn at one shoulder. Along one forearm ran a smear the color of dried violets, an old bruise never given time to fade. She held her hands clasped low, like a schoolgirl answering scolding, yet her posture was not meek. Terror and relief flickered across her features in the same instant. A soul found, a secret nearly spoken. Gabriella knew better than to fill silence with her own voice. She closed her mouth, softened her gaze, and let compassion settle across her features the way Dioma had taught her. Welcome the sorrow first, anchor its heavy wings so it does not have to hover alone. Only when the spirit's shoulders relaxed a fraction did Gabriella speak, lips barely moving. "I see you. Tell me." The woman's reply slid not through the air but through Gabriella's bloodstream. A cold ripple of words formed inside her skull. Lost. Afraid. Need someone to hear. Beneath the throb of fear lay something else. Determination. A stubborn pulse that kept the spirit tethered to a place she should have long since abandoned. Gabriella nodded. "What must I know?" "Follow." The lamp's light dimmed, though the bulb did not flicker. Shadows thickened behind the figure, and she drifted, not walked, across the stripped pine floor toward the door. Gabriella rose, surprised to find her legs steady, her breath calm. The humid air cooled as the spirit passed through the doorway, as if grief absorbed heat. In the hallway, moonlight spilled from a high sash window and pooled milk blue on the boards. The figure paused, pointed downward where two planks met in a shallow seam, then faded like smoke escaping through a chimney flue. The hallway emptied, yet the chill and urgency remained. Gabriella crouched, traced the seam with her fingernail. 19th-century carpenters had installed these boards before machine milling existed. Each tongue and groove joint fit snug as a puzzle. But decades of swollen summers and brittle winters had loosened nails. She hurried to fetch a narrow screwdriver from her nightstand, returned, and levered one plank upward. It sighed free. A second plank lifted easier. Beneath lay a cavity hardly larger than a shoebox, hollow and dry as if purposely lined. Something waited in that darkness. She aimed the flashlight, cautious. No rodents, no envelope of cash, only a small book, black leather cover crazed with age, the spine chewed by silverfish. She lifted it by pinched fingertips, careful not to tear the binding, and slid the boards back into their cradle. Back in bed, whiskey warming her throat, she opened to the first page. November 14, 1894, inked in a looping hand that dipped and rose like a child's seesaw. The scent of iron and old roses drifted from the paper, a graveyard smell. Entry after entry spilled forth, accounts of morning chores, feverish prayers for a baby, apologies scrawled to no one. The voice belonged to Annabeth Dowling Gibson, age 22, who had married Rudolph Gibson after her father's death left her penniless. She wrote of Rudy's temper in apologetic pauses. Only his worry, she insisted. Only the whiskey. Only the burden of too much soil turned and too little crop sold. But bruises darkened the margins. Winter of 1897 brought a pregnancy that fluttered out like a candle. 2 more followed. Each miscarriage widened the valley inside Annabeth until her sentences shortened into frightened whispers. I am less each month. He thinks I am a curse. Gabriella read until the pages blurred, until the glass emptied and her hands tingled, yet still she could not turn away. Summer 1910, Rudy returned home one dusk splattered with mud and trembling. He had robbed the county bank. Rumor said 2 men had helped, but only Rudy was foolish enough to stagger drunk through town flashing a roll of new bills. He hid the loot, Annabeth wrote, in a metal toolbox by the barn corner, beneath the sentinel oak. A week later sheriff's men clapped irons on his wrists. He died in county jail 5 months on, typhoid scouring him hollow. Neighbors pelted Annabeth's porch with spoiled fruit. Children hissed which. The toolbox remained buried. Final entry, August 2nd, 1919, ink shaky. I am weary. I cannot keep his sin above ground and my sorrow underground. Someone must know. Then a rough pencil sketch, rectangle barn, gnarled oak, an X scratched at the meeting of shadow and root. Words followed like a last breath, forgive me. I go to find peace below. Gabriella closed the little book, pressed its cracked leather against her sternum, and whispered into the cooling air that she would do what the world had refused for over 100 years. She would listen, she would speak, she would unearth. In the hush before dawn she finally slept, and in that sleep came no oppressive weight, only a quiet expectancy, as if a woman once silenced sat beside her bed, hands folded, awaiting morning. I hover at the edge of Tom's bedroom, a place where shadow and lamplight meet, waiting for the first notes of his breathing to soften into genuine sleep. The assignment scroll delivered by the Envoy never says why one spirit guide receives this mortal or that mortal, or how the pairings are made, whether by careful judgment, or by something like drawing lots from an urn older than the earth. None of us in the unseen ranks get to see behind the curtain. All we know is that every sundown we are given a name, a date, and a duty, accompany, observe, protect, and make certain the appointed soul survives until dawn. Sometimes our wards are infants who might wake crying and choke on fear. Sometimes they are young soldiers on a battlefield. Sometimes they are old women in silent houses. Tonight it is Tom, a man past 80, whose breath rattles a little from the long decades his heart has moved blood through tired veins. The date on the scroll reads October 31st, 2024. And the small script beneath it says only make sure he sees tomorrow's sunrise. That is all. No reason given. Tom lies beneath a quilt his late wife stitched in another century. The patches form leaf shapes the color of autumn fields, burnt orange, dusty gold, russet red, though the cloth has faded with washings and with tears shed on nights when memory was heavier than the covers. He drifts into slumber without the usual fidgets of many old people. There is no tossing, no search for comfortable positions, no muttered complaint about a hip or a shoulder. His eyelids simply fall, and his jaw slackens, and by the 6th slow exhalation he is gone from the room in that peculiar way mortals vanish into dreams. I hover near the ceiling fan, listening to the tremor in the fan's chain, and to the small mechanical rasp of Tom's oxygen machine in the corner. A night light shaped like a ceramic lighthouse spills a circle of blue on the floorboards, bright enough for me to see the thin skin of Tom's clenched hands, dark enough that 10 minutes and he has slipped beyond sensation and begun to dream. I move closer and open the listening part of myself, a kind of inner ear that hears neither air nor water nor anything a human science could measure. What I pick up are the low frequencies of memory as they ferment into dreams. Every sleeper hums with them. To me they arrive in broad swaths of color and emotion, though tonight Tom's first dream unfurls so clearly I might be standing in the scene. He is 17 again, It is a May afternoon in 1959, and Sandra, the girl who sat behind him all through school, is crossing a grassy field with dandelion seeds spinning behind her like brief silver planets. She and Tom are walking to a church picnic, though either has confessed to the other how the afternoon feels charged with something bigger than lemonade and choir songs. Sandra's straw hat tilts and her laugh falls into Tom's chest like a swallowed sunbeam. That much warmth cannot last forever. In fact, it will end in less than 2 years, because Tom was raised Methodist and Sandra's family belongs to a strict Lutheran congregation that has no use for Tom's people. The boundary will harden. They will lose one another. Yet the dream cares only for the sweet part, and Tom floats through it with the helpless joy of someone tasting a miracle he didn't ask for. I feel the surge of his old emotions, the vague sorrow of what will never be, and I release them back to him with gentleness. Dreams cannot be edited by guides, only watched. When the memory slides into a later scene, Sandra coming to him across 50 years of distance, touching his sleep to confess they were meant to marry, it is not a dream but a visitation. Spirits of the newly departed sometimes find their living beloveds. Guides rarely interfere. I observe, and I sense how the old ache of what might have been folds itself again into Tom's rib cage like an origami bird. The visitation ends. He turns in bed and mutters Sandra's name once, a soft syllable shaped like regret. Half an hour later his bladder's alarm sounds. Human flesh is full of such warnings: hunger, pain, fear, thirst, desire. Spirits know only the tug of our assigned duty, a different kind of urgency. Tom creaks out of bed, shuffles to the bathroom, relieves himself. He does not turn on the light because his hands remember furniture positions from years of repetition. A half-moon glints off the mirror. He finishes, drinks a swallow from the glass near the sink, and creeps back through the hallway with its gallery of photographs. Parents in black and white wedding attire, children in paper caps, grandchildren holding plastic pumpkins. Each face holds a little of Tom's story. As he passes one frame his thumb catches the corner, tilting it. He pauses, straightens the picture of himself in uniform, 22 and nervous, bound for someplace he can't pronounce. Tomorrow he will not remember nudging the picture, only I saw the tiny gesture. The bed greets him with worn springs and he surrenders to it. His next dream surprises me, because it is not his. The images belong to a man named de Guzman who died on a hillside in Vietnam 4 days after Tom arrived safely in Germany. War dreams can pass like stray radio signals between souls, a flicker of empathy that transcends identity. Tom is not the sergeant who receives the desperate question on that lizard-hot jungle trail, yet he experiences the guilt as if it were his own. "Sarge, they're shooting from behind civilians." The voice in the dream belongs to Corporal Milton Graves, who will lose half his jaw 10 minutes later. Tom's dream body hesitates, wrestling with an order that might kill innocents or sacrifice comrades. In real life, de Guzman whispered, "Do it!" and 5 mothers died in the spray. In dream, Tom never speaks. He only feels the weight of the choice and the shockwave of grenades. When he jerks awake in the present year, he is damp with sweat, his heart ragged. He thinks perhaps it is guilt for having avoided combat altogether. It is someone else's guilt, but it has latched onto him like a burr's on wool. He sits upright, breathes into his cupped hands. I move closer, pull a veil of calm over the room. The guide's tools are small: suggestion, warmth, the hush of a loving presence. Soon Tom lays back. He wants rest. At 3 o'clock the bladder issues its second summons. He rises. Old houses exaggerate every footfall. The floorboards groan. Tom mutters about knees. In the bathroom he thinks of photos he must sort tomorrow, the ones from the high school yearbook he found last week in a cardboard box. Sandra smiled from the swim team page. The smile stirred the old ache, and so, even half awake, he strategizes: finish the picture project after breakfast, call the pharmacy for a refill, try again to sync sound with images for his new podcast series. Tom is newly fascinated by video editing, though the software often confounds him. While washing his hands he rehearses the steps: import, align, adjust audio levels, visualizing each button. Back in bed he tosses beneath warm quilts, his mind still cycling through menus until at last the circuit's quiet and dream dust drifts down on him. This time he dreams of the night in February 2023 when a pulmonary embolism lodged like a stone in the crossroads of his lungs. He had thought it indigestion until the pain sharpened like a screwdriver beneath the sternum. He dialed 911 but could barely speak. The paramedics found him gray-lipped on the kitchen linoleum. They lifted him onto a stretcher, lights punched the rain cloud midnight, and Tom glimpsed the ambulance ceiling as the mask descended. In the dream he slips through a paper-thin membrane into a waiting room with neither walls nor floor, a white suspension of peaceful stillness. No worry about money or lost jobs or divorces or the friends who won't return from Vietnam. Only hush that tastes like clean snow and morning light. He floats. Voices somewhere far off discuss clots and anticoagulants, but here there is no need to answer questions. Time loses meaning. Then a tug pulls him backward, and the peaceful chamber fades as flesh and bone reclaim him. He wakes under fluorescent surgery lights to the beep of monitors. In the dream tonight he tries to linger longer in the bright interim, to soak the peace into his marrow, but the memory is not strong enough. He whimpers and turns. Quiet again. An hour passes. Then an autumn nightmare arrives with the stealth of lowering fog. Inside the dream Tom and his second wife, Maria, board a streetcar painted pumpkin orange. Strings of green bulbs flicker overhead. They are both 35, the age they were when they honeymooned in San Francisco. At first it is pleasant, trolley bells, strangers in paper masks handing out taffy. But a man in a ragged coat climbs aboard with a gun. Tom tries to stand between the stranger and Maria. The gun morphs into a cleaver, the cleaver into talons that tear the attacker himself apart. The man dissolves into quivering jelly. Passengers scream, faces smear into blank pumpkins. Tom wakes with a gasp so violent it wrenches his shoulder. For 3 full seconds he does not know the year or the room. Then the lighthouse nightlight steadies him. 7:30, the pale digital numerals insist. Morning. Medication time. He swallows the anticoagulant pill with tepid water, rubs his shoulder, scans the ceiling for comfort. He will not fall asleep again today. The nightmare's residue is too thick. He reaches for the bedside remote, touches the power button. On screen a local weather anchor warns of chilly breezes for trick-or-treaters tonight. Tom turns off the set. Halloween ended an hour ago. Somewhere neighborhood children are sleeping off sugar while plastic skeletons sway on porches. I retreat a little, because dawn's first silver thread appears at the horizon and my assignment is nearly complete. The scroll said nothing about moral instruction or revelations, only that Tom must survive the night. He has. Part of me wants to linger through breakfast to see if he solves his podcast audio puzzle or telephones the grandson in Colorado who left a voice message yesterday. But that is no longer my place. Another scroll will arrive soon with a different name, perhaps a teenager navigating despair, perhaps a midwife in labor herself. Spirits do not sleep. Rest is for bodies built of carbon and water. Before I depart, I lean close one last time. I whisper a soft assurance in the language of souls, half prayer, half blessing, hoping some fraction of it drifts into Tom's waking thoughts. Something about forgiveness, something about how the peace he tasted in that surgical twilight is real as gravity, and waiting in its own good hour. He sighs, swings his feet to the rug, straightens the thin cardigan on his shoulders. Coffee calls to him. Outside, crows gossip in elm branches. Halloween has slipped back into its box of masks, and November blinks open its gray eyes. Across the thin veil that separates my realm from his, I fold the final moments of duty and prepare to move on, already dimly sensing the pull of another mortal heart somewhere else that needs guarding through another long night. It was the kind of late summer afternoon that feels as though the year itself has begun to lean, tilting slowly toward its own ending. The sky had thinned from June's saturated blue to the paler tone that precedes equinox, and even the sun appeared faintly exhausted, as if it had burned a little too brightly, a little too long. Breezes drifted up from the south and carried the faint smell of cut hay and distant river musk. They slid between the oaks that bordered the property, rattled through branches like invisible cards flicked along a picket fence, and then settled into a hush again, leaving the air oddly still. At the edge of the lawn a few yellow leaves clung to their stems, trembling without quite letting go. Squirrels flashed silver tails, dashing between their buried hordes, and a pair of robins, feathers dulled by weeks of sun and countless broodings, sang a low, weary song that sounded less like hope than like memory. Inside, behind a smeared pane of antique glass, Miriam sat in profile before her writing desk. The house she shared with David was old in the way rural houses sometimes are, not a grand residence but a modest, timber-framed place that had settled into the earth over a century of seasons. Its floors pitched a little, its windows rattled in winter gusts, and someone had once painted the clapboard walls the exact cream that runs through milk before the fat is skimmed. Miriam loved the house, or at least she had loved the idea of the house when she and David bought it 6 years earlier. She had imagined it would be quiet enough for work, humble enough to forgive eccentric habits, and isolated enough that memories might gather undisturbed, like dust motes in still air, until they could be penned into fiction. What she had not counted on, what she could not have imagined, even with a lifetime of dreaming, was the well. From her office window the well was a perfect circle of weather-worn limestone blocks, sunk into the lawn like the pale disk of a moon half buried in loam. Steam rose from it eternally, no matter the season. In January its plume mingled with frost crystals, and in August it shimmered as if the hot earth itself were exhaling. No one alive remembered a time when the well's water could be drawn and drunk. The old newspapers in the Historical Society described it, half seriously, as a vent to the lake of fire. It had destroyed pumps, scalded rope, blistered careless hands, and killed every garden plant watered from its depths. The neighbors kept a polite radius. The county inspector, after one brief sample test, merely declared the well hydrothermally unstable, and recommended it be capped. Yet no one ever capped it. Perhaps some places resist closure. When Miriam first arrived she tried not to think of the well at all. She positioned her desk just far enough back that the window frame cropped its stone rim and showed only meadow beyond, yet she still sensed it in every glance. A round, smoldering presence at the edge of vision. In the beginning she had worried the simply practical worry of homeowners, that sulfurous steam might peel the exterior paint, that groundwater might grow dangerous. But neither veneer nor drinking supply was harmed. Eventually it struck her that the well was not exactly dangerous. It was simply useless, refusing every purpose except to hold its own heat and dream of something hot and dark beneath. Useless. The word echoed in her mind too often now. The well was useless, her eyes were becoming useless, her pages felt useless, except, perhaps, in their lukewarm hope of publication. What she needed, she told herself, was just 2 flawless pages before sundown. 2 pages her agent could stuff into an envelope before the next issue's deadline. 2 pages that might finally slip her voice into the New Yorker alongside the names she recited like saints. But today, as on all the days of the week past, the pages refused to ripen. They sat on the platen of her old Royal typewriter. She did not own a computer. She trusted steel levers and black ribbon, and stared back at her with the impatient smugness of blankness. Half-sentences dangled. Descriptions bled into cliché. The Saxon which she was trying to write kept sounding like a minor actress in a glossy streaming drama, more costume than sorcery. How did one breathe real fear into a world that no longer believed it was possible to meet darkness and lose? She struck the carriage return, pulled the page free, ripped it in half, and fed a fresh sheet. 2 pages, she thought. 2 pages is all. No one wins or fails more than that in a day. At 5:30 the screen door banged and David stepped in, carrying the day's humidity on his skin. He smelled mildly of photocopier toner and gasoline from the last errand he'd run. A tall man once viewed with adolescent awe by the girls of his hometown, he had softened into middle age without noticing. He still kept the posture of high school track meets, but his thighs no longer remembered hurdles. He did not kiss Miriam. He rarely did anymore. But he set her coffee mug in the sink, filled it half with water, poured that water out, and set the mug upside down to dry. His mother had taught him that dishes should never harden with residues. Miriam watched him from her threshold. She had countered his silence once with affectionate banter, then with faint sarcasm, then with her own silence, and finally with a kind of anthropological curiosity. Would he remember that mug each night forever, even if they never spoke? She told him, as she always did, that her goal was 2 pages. David smiled, the gracious smile of men who have learned to respect what they cannot fathom. He said he would heat leftovers. He asked no questions, not about Saxons, not about witches, not about when dinners would again involve conversation instead of 2 metallic clicks, fork on plate, echoing down the table's length. After supper he washed dishes under the city water tap, an irony either of them named, since the well outside roiled with heat. The dishwater smelled faintly of chlorine and iron. Miriam pretended to read a journal, while she secretly watched him wipe each bowl with the same neat rotation. She spoke about the enchantment of medieval life, how the Middle Ages believed in spirits of stream and forest, how fear had once allowed for wonder. David stirred the sauce he was reusing and nodded. She said she wanted to capture that forgotten tremor, how the dark hums with possibility when you think a thing with claws might climb from it. She floated the idea that modern screens, modern lights, made the world safe and therefore diminished. He nodded again, though it was obvious he saw no difference between fear of witches and fear of a corrupted hard drive. After clearing their bowls he wiped the counter. Night unfurled quietly after he went to bed. Miriam lingered at her desk until the last scrap of sentence collapsed exhausted on its keys. She could not bear another failure. She climbed the narrow attic staircase to the south stoop, a shallow ledge where afternoon heat usually pooled. The stone rim of the well glowed faintly in moonlight, breath still steaming in the mild dark. She settled on the stoop, tucking her bare feet beneath her. Somewhere down the slope a coyote barked. Katydids clicked beyond the hayfield. And because her eyes were blurring again, she had to rely on sound more than sight. Windmill creak, cicada hush, drip of condensation. She told herself the world was still partly hers if she could at least listen. Her eyesight worried her. Denial could stretch only so far. She had begun misreading street signs, failing to recognize neighbors' faces. Peripheral vision smeared like watercolors left in rain. She feared discovering, suddenly, that she could no longer see the letters she formed. And if pages vanished, what identity remained? She'd built her life, her marriage, her consciousness around words. Take them away and she would be the well, structure without use, heat without purpose. David said little about her eyes. When she confessed the optometrist's latest numbers, he rubbed her shoulder and suggested stronger lamps. He would not read her drafts, though. He claimed he wanted to encounter them in print. That neutrality felt like distance. She had written poems once about lovers reading each other's margins, sharing secret edits like vows. Their marriage instead revolved around his steadiness. He kept the mortgage paid, changed filters, apologized when absent-minded, washed dishes nightly. It was enough. But when she lay beside him the bed did not warm with passion, only with habit. So she wrote fiercer witches. In her story, a veil burned away and the land remembered dread. The witch conjured disease from wellsprings, or summoned crows to wash grief across harvests. Miriam wanted such terror to matter again, to push readers out of antiseptic modern illusions. Yet each draft sagged. She wondered quietly whether fear had expired, or whether she had lost the organ that translates fear into narrative. She fell asleep barefooted on the bed, exhausted by wanting. David's hand found hers in slumber. They floated that way, briefly entangled, 2 bodies glowing faintly in the literal zone between consciousness and dream. Near midnight David whimpered, a half-sob from some private film reel, and squeezed her hand harder. She woke. The digital clock spilled red digits onto the ceiling, 12:07. His hand slackened. He slid deeper into dreamland. She listened for a stir of wind but nothing moved. The silence felt thick, pressing foam into her throat. Then a sound thrummed outside, a bubbling gasp, a frog croak yell muted by stone. Her pulse kicked. David's breath had gone irregular, as if someone had placed a mask upon him and was drawing it away. She whispered his name. He did not answer. She reached for him, but some intangible field held her fingers an inch from his skin. "Lighten our darkness, we beseech thee, O Lord." The childhood prayer flickered in her memory, but fear snagged the words. A crack like splitting slate rang outside. Her eyes filmed in silver cataract. She left the bed, walking stiff-legged into the hall. Her nerves sucked night like ice water through a straw. The kitchen glowed faintly blue from the appliance clock. She hadn't known that clock glowed blue, or maybe it never had until this moment because night had never been quite this tense. She switched it off and reached the back door. The knob felt warm. Opening it, she stepped into air so unmoving it felt artificially preserved. Her heart stuttered. West lay the county road, the grocery, the chlorinated line. She pivoted east. The well exhaled a hiss as though expecting her. She approached slowly, steam wreathing her shins. The stones radiated heat like banked coals. Instead of recoiling, she climbed onto the rim and sat. The warmth seeped through her nightgown, radiant and almost maternal. A sigh escaped her lips, a sound confused between fatigue and relief. She laid back, spine on stone, hair sliding into the coils of damp air. Her arms drifted downward until her fingertips grazed the hidden water. It did not scald, instead it pulsed like blood. She closed her eyes, listening. The hiss became a language, layered and muffled. She caught fragments, vowels as old as basalt, verbs that once governed tides, nouns that named every ash and eel. She felt suddenly that if she parted her lips the well's voice might enter her, pouring stories unwritten since before script. In that moment the distance between her and the world dissolved. She was neither dust nor page, neither wife nor witch. She was simply a conduit, heat upwelling through limestone, desire vaulted into sky. Somewhere behind her the screen door banged again. Heavy steps crossed through grass. David's presence filled the dark like a wall. "Miriam," he said, voice split between panic and disbelief. "What are you doing?" She did not speak. She was not entirely sure she could. She heard him circle, felt the tremor of his hand hover an inch above her shoulder but not quite touch. Perhaps he feared the heat. The rim glowed faintly. A steam veil parted between them. In the blur she saw his expression, fear for her, yes, but something else, wonder, or maybe estrangement, as though he recognized that wherever she had gone, he could not follow. He called her name again. She slowly pushed upright, palms braced on hot stone. The night felt colder away from the well. Under starlight she saw her fingertips glowing like coals. He reached to guide her toward the house. She slid from the rim, stood barefoot on grass, dizzy. She whispered that she was all right. She thought she meant it. Before dawn she returned to her desk. The well's muttering still echoed in her bones. She rolled a sheet of paper into the royal. Her fingers trembled then steadied. 2 pages, she thought. 2 pages. She began typing without outline, without plan, letting syllables pour as hot as that subterranean reservoir. Sentences came thick and urgent, Saxon laments, earth-blood images, the smell of singed fens. Somewhere upstairs David paced. She heard the floorboard groan. She wrote on. When the carriage bell pinged at line's end she returned it with a slap, kept going. Second sheet slid in. Another. Dawn painted the window gold. Somewhere beyond glass squirrels rustled, robins tested half-hearted dawn calls. She wrote until sunlight climbed her knuckles. At 8 David appeared, eyes bruised by sleepless concern. He watched her finish a paragraph, yanked the page out. "You didn't come back to bed," he said softly. She turned, pages trembling in her hand. "I found my ending." He reached. As last night he had hesitated, but now he set a palm on her shoulder. The pages fluttered like wings between them. The well outside steamed in first light, unconcerned with human triumph or dread. A breeze fluttered dried oak leaves, downward, tired, still clinging. Summer was over. Something else had begun. They stood in that room, 2 people, 1 story, 1 useless well, and considered each other with new, uncertain eyes. Readham Charles Archibald had gone to bed on the last night of October with his usual sense of exhaustion mixed with worry. college midterms, extra-hour shifts in the campus library, hurried instant noodle meals, and the continual, invisible pressure he put on himself not to waste time. These things left him so tight-wound that whenever he finally laid down, he tended to pass out before his head fully reached the pillow. That was what he expected tonight as well. Yet somewhere in the space between clicking off the desk lamp and hauling the blankets up to his chin, an uneasiness had taken shape, the sort of feeling that makes a room feel fractionally smaller without changing a single wall. He told himself it was only nerves, rolled to his right to avoid the moonlight dripping through the blinds, and surrendered to sleep. At 3:27 a.m. a sound quite unlike the usual campus noise dragged him sputtering back to awareness. It began as a scraping on glass, one single, sinuous line as though a violinist were drawing a bow across his windowpane, then rose a pitch into something thin and metallic, half whistle, half shriek. The instant the sound peaked, it dropped again, transformed into a raw vibration lower than any animal rhythm could name. He sat bolt upright, heart jackhammering behind his ribs. His dorm clock's red LED display read 3:29. He stared at that almost accusingly, daring the digits to keep ticking and thereby prove he was not trapped in a paralysis nightmare. The numbers advanced to 3:30. Still he heard the vibration, felt it quivering against the windowsill. Before he could form a plan, call campus security, throw on shoes and check the hallway, the glass rippled outward like pond water struck by stone. A dark slit appeared in its center, and from the slit emerged a cat. Rhythm registered 4 black paws, an angular head, eyes that glinted yellow-green, and a tail that flicked lazily behind as if bored with the entire feat of passing through solid matter. There was no fanfare of shattered shards. The glass simply parted for the animal the way cloth parts under a knife, and then reknitted, leaving no trace. The cat touched down on his desk, stepped once onto an unread philosophy textbook, then leaped lightly to the quilt. For several heartbeats Rhythm said nothing. His mind tried to assign logic, an exhausted hallucination, perhaps. But his eyes insisted the creature was there, and his ears, still ringing with the earlier sound, reported the faintest thump when paws hit the mattress. He managed, at last, to ask in a thick whisper, "What are you?" The cat did not speak, not with words. It merely centered itself on the comforter, tail curling around its haunches, and regarded him with an utter lack of fear. In those slit pupils he felt as though he saw suggestion, direction even. A nudge toward action. Something inside him answered before his forebrain caught up. He swung his legs from under the blanket, planting bare feet on the carpet. "You must be hungry," he muttered. "Want food?" He was already half standing, intending to visit the communal kitchenette for fish scraps, and then reality fractured. The cat hissed once, a swift punctuation, and darted across the mattress toward the window. Rhythm's foot, mid-step, tangled in a loose bedsheet. Momentum tipped him forward. The next instant he was pitching headfirst toward the reopened oval of darkness in the glass. Fear clamped around his lungs. He thought there would be cold air and gravity, and, in very short order, the unyielding sidewalk 3 stories down. Instead he met no sidewalk, felt no rush of cold. He landed on something pliant but firm, like clay wrapped in ice. The world around him blurred, colors streaking. Skin prickled, hair rose as if charged. He felt himself inflate and contract simultaneously, like being compressed into a narrow funnel, while also drawn long as stretched taffy. He tried to scream, but the sound bent inside his throat, half swallowed by the bending of space itself. When the sensation stilled, he found himself standing, not falling, in some place that offered no resemblance to his dormitory. An endless twilight sky hung overhead, neither clearly night nor day. The ground beneath was slick with dew yet smelled faintly of iron. Fog hugged the surface in wisps, and beyond a perimeter of about 30 yards everything was murk, a thickening gloom into which no horizon could be seen. He realized he could see more than he should, considering no sun, no moon, no lamppost offered illumination. Rather, the air itself glowed a muted grayish blue. He looked down. His body no longer wore cotton sleep pants and a t-shirt. It was encased head to toe in what appeared to be polished steel armor. Each piece fit like second skin, either pinching nor hanging loose. The helm's narrow visor limited his peripheral vision, but gave a satisfying sense of being held in unbreakable fingers. When he flexed fingers inside metal gauntlets, the joints responded smoothly, as though oiled that morning. Underneath, some cushioned lining kept the metal from biting. He felt astonishingly powerful, like the step from treadmill jogging to mountain sprinting in one impossible leap. "What?" he began again. The single syllable echoed weirdly, hollow and too loud, as if the air itself were a bell. "Half thoughts will avail you nothing." The voice came from his right, dry, almost sardonic. Reedham turned to see a figure cloaked in deep azure robes. Beneath the hood were eyes that burned green, the shade of copper salts in flame, though the rest of the face lingered in shadow. The figure leaned on a crooked staff, the knob shaped subtly like curling horns. "Try complete sentences if you wish mercy," the stranger said. Reedham swallowed. He looked further around. 3 more armored forms stood spaced evenly in a wide semicircle that boxed him and the hooded man in. Each figure's armor differed, yet each mirrored, in broad strokes, Reedham's own silhouette nightly, sword at left hip, small heater shield strapped right forearm. Where his plates shone almost mirror bright, one figure's burned charcoal black, edges chipped grotesquely. From the helmet's visor leaked twin crimson glows like embers set in sockets. Another wore dull pewter armor with a single rose engraved on the shield, a rose whose petals looked half polished away, as if the bearer disliked being marked by beauty. Its stance flickered between defensive crouch and restless pacing. The third's armor shimmered with an opal sheen, pearlescent colors shifting every time Reedham's gaze slid across it. That knight stood unnervingly still, sword still sheathed but hand trembling around the hilt. "Who are they?" Reedham asked. He lifted a gloved hand against his chest as though verifying his own heartbeat. The cloaked man began to walk unhurried, dragging the staff so its tip scored soft lines in the dew. "Let us say they are echoes," he replied. "Or facets. Your past." He gestured toward the battered black knight, whose breathing sounded like distant forged bellows. "Your present." A tilt of the staff toward the pewter knight with the rose shield. "And your future." Finally the opal gleam that refracted all color and none. Reedham exhaled in a half-laugh that cracked when it left his lips. "This is a dream." "It is a reckoning," the stranger corrected. "One way or another, quick or lingering, you will meet what you have been, what you are, and what you may yet become. You may transcend, or you may perish here and wake only long enough to perish again in your own realm." The statement landed like a weight in Reedham's gut. He tried to compute armor, swords, mystical adversaries, but the hooded man was already continuing. "These knights possess no greater strength or skill than you. They are limited precisely to your capacity. But they are not hindered by your doubts. They act. They strike. They obey their nature with perfect focus. You, Reedham Charles Archibald, must do the same or be done." He leveled the staff like a conductor raising baton. "The engagement begins." One heartbeat later the pewter knight, the present, sprang forward. Reedham's training in swordplay amounted to 6 Renaissance fair workshops and many fantasy novels, but some ghost of instinct moved his arms. He yanked the blade from his scabbard in a metallic hiss and brought it overhead just in time. The present's downward chop slammed against the crossguard so hard his elbows jolted. Sparks flicked across his visor. He staggered sideways. The present backed 2 steps, sword poised. Its rose-emblazoned shield looked less ornamental up close. Nicks scored its edge where axes or claws had once tried to pry it open. Reedham realized with a visceral chill that he was gazing at the personification of his current self. Every insecurity, every unfinished thought, every email drafted and never sent. This was the him who hesitated in lecture halls, who lay awake dreading GPA decimals, who spent energy imagining worst-case scenarios instead of rewriting midterm essays. And that him was attacking. He set his jaw. "I won't disappoint," he muttered, unsure of whom he addressed. They clashed. He swung from high guard, letting the metal do work. The present parried, aimed a precise thrust at Reedham's belly. He pivoted, felt the tips slide across his cuirass with a shriek. Heat bled through padding. He countered with a horizontal cut that hammered the present's left arm, denting colder steel. The knight laughed, his laugh twisted darker, and regained stance. They closed again. Reedham's lungs burned, the visor fogged. Between exchanges he sensed movement behind. The past was advancing, slow but implacable, black silhouette absorbing starlight. Rage sparked in Reedham's bloodstream. He rolled sideways, letting present's next lunge overshoot. While present recovered, he aimed a savage kick at the past's knee joint. The Black Knight buckled into present, toppling both. Helmets clanged like funeral bells. Never pause, he told himself. While they untangled, Reedham charged. As present tried to rise, he slashed downward, connecting with shoulder plate. The blow crunched through to bone, if bone existed, driving the present to one knee. But past surged up behind, sword whistling at Reedham's ribs. He pivoted, trapped the blade under his own, and drove an elbow into the black visor. The past's crimson glows flickered. Throughout it all the future watched, unmoving. Its sword remained sheathed, but the trembling hand suggested coiled nerves, something unreadable churned behind that shifting armor. Reedham felt the weight of that gaze, hope and terror intimately braided. He dared not imagine what failure against past and present would mean once future entered. Sweat pooled in his palms. Breath rasped inside helm. He decided to finish present first. He feinted high, then chopped low at present's thigh seam. Metal parted. The knight toppled fully. When its helm hit ground and rolled free, smoke spilled. Inside the visor there was no face, only swirling shadow that evaporated. Present vanished like steam, leaving empty plate. Past growled a sound like every childhood scolding given shape. It came low and brutal. Reedham retreated a step, then two. His heartbeat thudded. He felt fatigue now, joints heavier. The Black Knight advanced. Reedham parried once, twice, but past strength remained punishing. Each strike carried weight of regret, shame, memory of mistakes. Reedham's arms trembled. A clang behind him. Future had unsheathed its blade, luminous metal that hummed faintly. The opal knight strode forward with surgical intent. Cornered, Reedham's mind flicked through options. Strength waned but adaptability remained. He pivoted past past's next swipe and sprinted toward Future instead of away. Future expected retreat. Its stance assumed Reedham would backpedal. Running in disrupted the rhythm. At the last second he dropped into a slide, swinging his sword like a scythe along the ground. The tip clacked Future's ankle. Not deep but enough to buckle it. Future stumbled. Reedham rolled clear. Past closed rapidly, raising sword for a killing stab at Reedham's prone back. Reedham seized the moment. He pushed up into a crouch and, instead of blocking, hurled his own sword's spinning hilt over blade at Past's visor. It struck squarely, burying half-length. Crimson lights went out like snuffed candles. Armor convulsed, then collapsed inward, folding into itself until only pitted pieces lay in dew. He had no weapon now, Future did. But Future also limped. Reedham grabbed Past's abandoned sword. It felt heavier, colder, but serviceable. He faced the opal knight. Colors rippled across its chest, indigo, citron, blood red. Future regarded him, breathing raggedly, then lifted sword in salute so formal it startled Reedham. They circled. Exhaustion gnawed Reedham's legs. Adrenaline edged toward depletion. But inside something had shifted, some clarity earned by confronting the weight behind him. He realized Future mirrored not only his potential but his fears about potential, the anxiety of choices yet unmade, roads yet untaken. Kill or concede. At that thought a simple calm descended. Striking Future would not banish fear. It would merely leave him weaponless again before the next unknown. He lowered his blade. "I don't want to fight you," he said. Voice shook but held. Future paused. The tremor in its hand eased. The sword lowered fractionally. In the shifting armor he glimpsed a reflection, himself, tired but alive. The reflection nodded, almost imperceptibly. Then Future sank to one knee, planted sword tip in ground, and pressed gloved fist to chest in gesture of fealty. Light rippled, rose like aurora, and Future dissolved upward into sparks. Silence crashed down. Reedham stood alone in the field, 3 piles of empty armor cooling at his feet. The hooded mage approached, robes brushing dew. "So you learn," he said blandly. "Not all battles require conquest." Reedham released the sword. "Am I done?" "For tonight." The staff lifted. The world bent like heated glass, fog curling inward, ground tilting. Remember the lesson. The past can wound, the present can hinder, the future can terrify. But all are yours to engage. The mage tapped the staff once. Wake. A concussion of light, and Reedham jerked upward in his dorm bed. The clock blinked 3:59. Chest heaved for air. His t-shirt clung soaked. He smelled sulfur and, strangely, cinnamon. The window panes sat intact. On the quilt lay the black cat, tail flicking, eyes unblinking. It meowed, a drawn-out sound that ended in deep, satisfied purr. Then, without drama, it hopped from the bed to the sill, slipped through solid glass as though through water, and vanished. Reedham pressed palms to temples. Every muscle ached yet thrummed alive. He turned on his lamp, half fearing to see armored dents on skin. There were none, only reddened calluses in places where gauntlet grips might have been. He flexed fingers. They felt strong. Distant campus bells chimed 4 a.m. He lay back, pulse finally slowing. Tomorrow, or rather in 3 hours, he would face midterm notes, research drafts, that awkward conversation with his roommate about sharing chores. But now, lying in darkness, he felt something he had not felt during any past semester: readiness. Not certainty, not absence of fear, simply readiness stout as steel. He closed his eyes, waist deep in fatigue. As dreams flickered at the edge of consciousness, a faint creak edged through the glass. He snapped awake. On the windowsill perched a smoky gray cat, larger than the first, eyes cool and appraising. It growled, a low promise of future reckonings. Reedham inhaled once, deeply, and stared back unflinching. I had just moved into the neighborhood that spring, unpacked my mismatched furniture, and learned the crooked rhythm of the old porch steps, when restlessness took hold of me again. It was the same thrum that had followed me since childhood, that wandering question about purpose and direction. I had tried ignoring it. I had tried drowning it in podcasts and busywork and social media scrolls, but the quiet still claimed its space each night, humming behind my ribs like a second heartbeat. On the final evening of April, I wandered onto the porch at dusk with a mug of chamomile that had long since gone tepid. A few blocks away the last city bus wheezed through its gears, and somewhere farther off a dog barked twice and then gave up. Above my head the moon hung in a waning gibbous, one lopsided, glowing coin in a sky still streaked lavender. I leaned on the railing, feeling the old boards flex beneath my palms. The sky smelled of cut grass and distant grill smoke, an ordinary evening smeared with the tiniest streak of magic. That was when the yearning swelled. I tipped my head back and addressed the moon directly. Not aloud at first, just inwardly, like the sort of silent prayer people whisper in pews or during bumpy flights. But eventually the words pressed forward. My lips, dry and half-smiling, formed sentences I had never quite dared to speak. "If I could just receive a sign," I said. "That's all I'm asking. A sign that you're listening, a sign that I'm on the right path, a sign that prances right into my vision and shows me where the road leads next." The wind offered no answer. Porch lights along the street blinked on, one by one, as though neighbors were tiptoeing to windows to eavesdrop on my confession. I flushed, mortified by my own melodrama, and turned back toward the front door. Something yelled then, a cat's cry unlike any I had heard. It floated in from the yard, a single note stretched thin, so piercing it seemed almost metallic. I whipped around and saw nothing at first, only the overgrown forsythia and the ragged strip of lawn. Then motion flickered by the walk, a black cat stepping through the twilight, tail held high like a question mark. She paused at the edge of light that spilled from the porch bulb, and the beam revealed fur so dark it seemed to absorb every color. No tuft of white on the chest, no stripe on the legs, she was simply shadow given shape. Her eyes burned luminous green, 2 candle wicks inside emerald glass. Without lifting a paw she spoke, no ordinary meow, but a measured syllable that felt directed, deliberate, and meowl. I startled. My first thought was that some neighbor's pet had slipped loose and wanted food. My second thought was of the superstition I had just Googled earlier that week, how black cats are said to guard thresholds between unseen worlds. I had dismissed it then as charming nonsense. Now the cat's gaze gripped me like a legend come calling. The air thickened. I felt clumsy under those eyes, as though whatever essence animated me was being weighed. "You hungry?" I murmured, voice chafed with nerves. I took one step forward. Just as suddenly as she'd appeared, the cat turned, sprang through the hedge, and vanished into shadow. A gust of cool air rustled my shirt. The yard was catless once more. I stood rooted. Disappointment coiled through me, a childish, aching sense I had missed my cue in some cosmic dialogue. Tears stung unaccountably. I pressed my palm against the rail where the cat's paw prints might have been. The wood was dry and rough. Inside, I paced from couch to kitchen and back, restless, replaying the encounter. "If that was the sign moon," I muttered. "I don't speak cat." Yet, Googling spiritual meaning again, protection, good luck, sting of hope prickled inside. Might the moon have answered after all? The next night I set out a ramekin of tuna at the porch edge, flicked on the light, and waited. Hours slipped by. No cat. When I abandoned my vigil near midnight, I consoled myself with stories. Maybe she had other tasks in the alleyways, other petitioners to visit. Maybe signs rarely appear twice. May rolled toward June. I paid rent, answered emails, and tried focusing on freelance gigs. But every dusk I drifted to the stoop. The cat haunted me like a half-remembered dream, one whose meaning hovers just beyond language. Eventually the moon waxed full again, glorious, silver, commanding, and with it a pang of recognition hit. The cat had been a messenger, but I had remained illiterate in her language. Summer boiled in. Nights smelled of honeysuckle and asphalt. Cicadas shrieked from maples. One muggy July evening I caught myself whispering into the air, Black cat, wherever you are, where are we headed, and is it far?" It felt absurd and thrilling to address emptiness so earnestly. August brought storms, crashed heat waves, and a sense that everything in my life scurried but nothing progressed. I drafted resumes, then tore them up. I binged webinars about finding purpose, then scrolled aimlessly through memes. And always that phantom meow pulsed under my skull. In early September, on a cool night blurred by drizzle, the cat returned. I was dozing on the porch rocker when the lattice squeaked. Her outline shimmered at the threshold, as though she'd seeped straight from the wet air. Before speech stumbled from my throat, she leapt onto the rocker arm. The plank didn't creak. Her weight seemed negligible as dust. Again that voice, this time lower, a four-note sequence rising then curling down, "Mio, mio." I whispered high, charmed by the closeness. She regarded me a moment, then stepped down to the boards and began walking away along the sidewalk, glancing over her shoulder as if to check if I followed. A thrill raced my veins. Here was invitation, literal path. I obeyed. Street lamps threw halos on puddles. She pattered through like ink stains on paper. We took a left, then a right, deeper into quiet residential rows I rarely walked. Branches interlaced overhead. Each time I slowed, she meowed once, impatient. Soon the houses thinned. Lawns gave way to a scruffy stretch of vacant lots. I thought of trackers people attached to roaming pets. It struck me absurd to wish one on this apparition from the moon. Why was I trailing astray through damp darkness? I didn't fully know. Only that my chest fluttered with anticipation bigger than fear. When we crossed the final intersection, the cat slipped between two leaning oaks. Beyond lay a strip of undeveloped land, and beyond that, a shimmer. My breath caught. Ocean. I had lived in this town 3 months and never realized the coastline bent this close. Moonlight spooned itself across restless water. The shore rocks smelled briny, sharp. Wind tore the drizzle into silver spears. And the cat, she had stopped at dune's crest, framing herself against the bright sea, tail curled like a question answered. I halted beside her. The pounding hush of surf filled ear and vein alike. It felt bizarrely, heartbreakingly right. The cat turned to me. Her green eyes reflected nothing but starlight, yet I felt message humming. "You led me to me," I whispered. She blinked once, slow, cat blink of acceptance, and then the wind lifted. In its gust she dissolved, fur to cinders to flecks that glinted then blew away. It was not ordinary disappearance, but something like stardust scattering. Suddenly I stood alone, deafened by waves. I should have been frightened. Instead, warmth spread from sternum to fingertips, as though the moon herself cupped my heart, reminding me it beat in concert with tides. I stepped closer to the water's hem. Moon track dazzled toward horizon. Clouds parted in a comet, maybe airplane, etched pale arc between constellations. My life's jagged constellations seemed to rearrange overhead, diagramming futures I dared not outline. I thought of Hogwarts, of fairy tales, of the notion that fate might whisk ordinary people into enchanted destinies. I realized the whimsy masked a simpler truth. Magic was the act of walking, of following intuition down streets unnamed, of answering a midnight summons without proof. The cat had not promised acceptance letter or transformation. She had shown me shoreline hidden by my own habits. That, perhaps, was luck and protection combined. When the moon angled west and first hints of dawn smudged sky, I finally turned homeward. My shoes squelched, salt-coated lips. In the weeks that followed, I returned often to the beach. Sometimes the cat awaited on the ridge, sometimes not. I never tried to keep her. She remained windweaver, doorway keeper. But each visit steadied something inside. I began painting again, watercolors of indigo skies and jade-eyed felines. I accepted a part-time gallery internship. Money remained tight, but color re-entered living. Autumn peeled leaves from maples. The house smelled of cinnamon and gesso. Some nights, when deadlines piled and doubts clawed, I would step onto the porch, look at the moon, and murmur, "I still don't speak cat, but I'm learning." The breeze would answer by rattling the wind chime. And I'd remember the sea, the stardust smudge where a black shape once perched, and the steady rhythm connecting tide to lunar glow to blood in my wrists. I keep the porch light burning now, a lighthouse for wandering signs. Not because I expect miracles packaged as felines, but to honor that first plea, the seed flung skyward which fell back in the form of pause and a meow. The moon heard me. I heard her reply. And in the hush between those two acts, something called becoming bloomed. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Ariadne Lucaliver lay beneath 2 quilts, 3 blankets, and a lattice of stuffed animals, her own soft-bellied honor guard, while she tried to convince herself that sleep was nothing more than an ordinary hallway she needed to walk down. She was 16 this August night, though it felt both younger and older, younger because terror stripped away every year of adolescence and left her raw as a child, older because the weight of that terror had compressed her bones for more than a decade. The elements of comfort were arranged with meticulous care. The bedroom door stood ajar just enough to spill a pool of warm yellow light across the hardwood, a shallow runway leading to her parents' door opposite. The closet's twin doors were shut and latched. The shade on the bedside lamp wore a cheery decal of fireflies frozen in amber. Its dimmer wheel rested at the highest setting allowed before her father would complain about wasting electricity. Even the antique windows had been locked, double-checked, then hidden behind blinds that overlapped like interlocking armor. Wind teased the linden outside. Its branches hissed together, sandpaper on sandpaper, until the leaves breathed and fell still. A cricket orchestra tuned somewhere along the foundation, but for Ariadne that sound had never been sinister. Crickets meant summer, and summer meant school was distant and bedtimes were suggestions. No, the menace did not rise from chirps or bark dog or sleepy highway hush. It rose, or perhaps settled, from the far wall to the left of her dresser, from a patch of ivory paint where innocuous shadows assembled at dusk and put on their nightly performance. Most children fear closet monsters or the unseen claws beneath a bed skirt. Not Ariadne. At 6 she had crossed that threshold and discovered dust bunnies, forgotten socks, and nothing more under her mattress. At 7 she flung the closet doors wide while sun was shining and declared it monster-proof. But in driving away those nursery bogies, she discovered something worse. Shapes that did not belong to dust or lumber, shapes that moved as though with thought, shapes that danced. They appeared the first time on a February night when she had just turned 8. She remembered exactly. A Wednesday, homework done, moon at first quarter. She had been threading hair ties onto the ears of her plush mole when darkness breached the windowsill and spilled over the plaster like ink. As soon as the last overhead bulb clicked off, silhouettes formed, tall, slender, alive. They swayed languidly, crossing and uncrossing legs that were impossibly long, bending at hips with circus flexibility. One raised an arm, another pirouette. And then, in a gesture that dried every drop of saliva in her throat, 2 shadows tipped invisible heads toward her and waved. It was not a frantic wave, not the clownish jiggle with which relatives greet a child at an airport. This wave contained invitation, command, and eerie intimacy. Ariadne screamed. Her father barreled down the hall, half-buttoned pajamas flapping, mother close behind. They found her pointing at a beige wall where nothing danced but linden branches marionetted by streetlight. "It's just the tree," father said, voice rough with relief hardened by annoyance. "See? The lamp, the wind. When it's still, the shadows stop." He tugged the blinds. Trembling fronds became crisp parallel lines, now clearly leaves. Mother kissed Ariadne's crown. "You have a vivid imagination, sweetheart." After 3 nights of identical terror, and identical lectures about imagination, Ariadne adopted a strategy. She burrowed beneath quilt roofs and draped a small fleece over eyes and nose. She told herself the same sentence, "It is only the tree," again and again until syllables lost meaning. Sometimes exhaustion took her by midnight, sometimes 3, sometimes dawn. And by day she was the normal girl with scabby knees who traded erasers for stickers and earned gold stars in spelling. Years scrolled. Shadows remained. By 11 she measured growth not in inches but courage. Could she sleep without the fleece? No. Could she ignore the figures if she kept room lights on? Yes, but father growled about the bill and mother winced at waste. She began scheduling herself to collapse after midnight. Piano practice, algebra worksheets, extra credit reports, anything that pushed bedtime so late fatigue outweighed fear. When her friends whispered about slumber parties, Ariadne always demurred. She could never guarantee strangers would forgive a screaming fit in darkness. When the Caliver house turned quiet at dusk, though, Ariadne's mind flooded. She wondered why the forms never spread beyond her walls. She wondered if other families with lindens saw dancers too. She wondered whether the shadows belonged to the tree at all or had only borrowed its branches' shape as disguise. She wondered why they waved. The day of the storm changed everything. It was late April of her 12th year, a Thursday freighted by humidity so thick shirts clung to shoulders. Thunderheads bulged at noon. By 3 the sky burst. Sheets of water hammered shingles. Ariadne stood at her bedroom window counting interval flashes when lightning found the linden. A hiss, a crack, and the whole 40-foot trunk split, half falling across lawn, half dangling from wounds. Steam coiled where sap boiled. Neighbors arrived to saw branches into manageable rubble. By sundown the once-towering linden was stump and pulp, carted off in the bed of Mr. Waleska's pickup. That night, relief buoyed Ariadne into bed. At last the tree would no longer cast grotesques. She clicked the lamp dark, tossed the fleece aside, and waited, heartbeat quick with anticipation of stillness. Shadows danced anyway. Not leaf-ragged now but crisp, sleek, upright figures, more human than before, silhouettes unmarred by ragged gust. One glided as though across polished ballroom floors. Another executed a handstand that defied gravity. 3 young ones played chase. And again 2 figures turned healthily black heads, raised arms, and beckoned. Ariadne's scream cracked like broken glass. How parents comfort children for monsters they cannot see becomes tired script. They offered hot milk, checked locks, replaced nightlight bulbs. But something inside Ariadne shifted. If a removed tree meant nothing, if wind meant nothing, Then explanation must live outside adult reason. 1 week later she fashioned a ritual. On her desk she set a jar candle labeled lavender peace. At 8 p.m. she struck a match and whispered intentions. Only safe things may enter this room. She traced salt along the windowsill, a tip salvaged from a library paperback on homemade charms. She stacked her plush animals like sentries at 4 compass points. When she switched off the lamp, the candle cast a single golden disk. Shadows emerged anyway, swirling at the border where lamplight surrendered. Beckoning hands gestured her forward. She perched on mattress edge, nails carving moons in her palm, refusing to answer. Middle school spooled into high. She discovered headphones. Spotify playlists labeled calm rain or Tibetan bowls leaked over dance tread. Storm noise muffled the crackle of her nerves. She joined track team to run away her jitters. Her legs hardened, her lungs lengthened, yet nights remained siege warfare. She grew adept at functioning on 4 hours of fractured doze. At 17 she left for State College 2 hours north. Dormitories, she decided, might break the curse through communal light. There would always be hallway fluorescence, sweetmate laughter, the hum of vending machines. Move-in day gleamed bright. She pinned fairy lights around her bunk, unpacked textbooks, and taped a poster of Monet's water lilies over cinder block gray. That first evening she brushed teeth with 8 other girls in communal sinks while pop music leaked from doors. She slipped beneath synthetic comforter, no fleece over eyes this time, switched off lamp, and watched Monet's pond ripple. 1 silhouette, then 2, emerged from pastel lily pads. Arms floated above ether water, tracing arcs of invitation. Ariadne bit the pillow to stifle sob. The wall was cement, the window overlooked parking lot. There was no linden here, no parent-grown superstition. Yet the dancers had traveled. She lasted 6 weeks before insomnia gnawed grades ragged. University counseling offered breathing exercises, CBT worksheets, gentle talk of anxiety. Nothing touched the core dread. She withdrew spring semester and returned home. Her parents, baffled, worried, still unbelieving, converted the attic into studio apartment to give her independence. She found a part-time job at the county library, shelving large print westerns, answering computer questions from retirees. She saved money for an automobile she rarely drove after dark. By 22 she could sense the shadows long before they materialized, little drops in temperature, subtle vibration across her eardrums like plucked bass string. She never spoke of them. Friends described headaches, heartbreaks, breakouts. Ariadne spoke only of books and weather. When coworkers invited her for brewery trivia, she always declined. Rain check. She smiled, meaning sorry, darkness. She hung blackout curtains at every window, installed daylight mimicking LED strips around ceilings, bought motion-activated downlights for hallways. Each year the electricity bill fattened, each year shadows adapted, slipping beneath door frames, reshaping beneath fridge glow. She learned to carry pocket flashlights, keychain LEDs, tiny circles of illumination that served as strobe fences when commutes stretched past dusk. The dancers hated bright surprises. They recoiled but never retreated entirely. Yet they remained watchers rather than attackers. They never crossed the final invisible threshold of her mattress. They never brushed her skin, never whispered, at least not audibly. Sometimes faint thoughts drifted like foreign radio. You are expected. You are called. Join us. She clamped mental lids tight. Ariadne's turning point arrived on a heat-soaked June morning when the library printer jammed for the 8th time, and she knelt to pry out damp paper. A girl, maybe 9, waited with hands tucked behind back, wanting a coloring sheet of sharks. The girl watched Ariadne with studied intensity, then said quietly, "Why are you wearing sunglasses inside?" Ariadne froze. She wore tinted lenses during daylight now because brightness reduced the woozy fog that followed sleepless nights. But explaining that would require admitting sleepless nights. So she shrugged. Migraine. These help. The girl's brows furrowed. Mom gets those. She says sometimes dark is scarier than light. The child accepted the sheet, added, "Hope you feel better," and skipped away. Dark is scarier than light. The simplicity rattled Ariadne. She locked herself in staff restroom, removed glasses, stared at her reflection. Pale crescents under eyes, jaw clenched, shoulders coiled. She looked less haunted than hunted. She thought about childhood games of tag, how the chaser always set rules. What if she upended rules? What if she chased? That night, Ariadne did not layer blankets over eyes. Instead, she turned off every artificial light except a single beeswax candle on the desk. She sat cross-legged atop comforter and waited. The hush drummed. The first silhouette emerged within minutes, tall, deliberate, cloak of ink. Others followed, sifting across wall until entire ivory canvas shimmered with dance. She breathed through pulse thunder. When the twin figures looked at her and waved, she did something reckless. She waved back. The room contracted. Candle flame elongated as if drawn toward vacuum. Heat flushed Ariadne's cheeks. She blinked once and the dancers were closer, as though distance folded. She saw details she missed, seams along limbs like paper dolls, edges dissolving at wrists, feet that tapered into wisp rather than shoe. Her voice came in a brittle whisper. "What do you want?" She did not expect reply, but words formed, less sound than imprint against her eardrum. To remember. To remind? Remind what? That you are part shadow, part light. She swallowed. Why me? Because you watch. Years of dread flipped perspective in one breath. What if dancers wish no harm? What if they long to be witnessed? She remembered a museum guard once telling her art dies without gaze. Could shadows yearn likewise? I'm listening, she said. The dance changed. Movement slowed, became echoes of childhood hopscotch, of teenage sprint down track lane, of adult shelving books. She saw her own gestures mirrored in silhouette grammar. The dancers were, impossibly, her, fragments choreographed into plural. Overwhelmed, she pressed knuckles to mouth. The shadow closest unclasped palms and offered. She stretched trembling hand to wall. Their fingertips hovered without contact, yet sensation tingled skin as if carbon current jumped. Images flooded, linden limbs split by lightning, dorm ceiling haze, fluorescent library aisles. Each memory overlaid with faint shadow counterpart. She understood. The dancers collected shards of her experience, played them on nightly loop, urging integration. Fear had been misinterpretation. Tears slipped. I'm sorry. I didn't know. They bowed, an elegant ripple of acceptance. Then, as candle guttered, they retreated, not melting but stepping backward until plaster claimed them. The wall went blank. At dawn, Ariadne opened windows wide. Sun hurled spears across dust motes. She breathed deep. For first time she felt the room belonged equally to shadows and daylight, and thus to her. She began experimenting. Some nights she invited dancers with a soft lamp angled toward wall, then sketched their forms in charcoal, capturing how elbows blurred, how knees dissolved. Sometimes she played cello suites from YouTube, watching silhouettes adapt into lyrical arcs. Anxiety didn't vanish, but transmuted into creative pulse. On evenings when exhaustion still loomed, she resumed fleece blindfold, but now it felt choice rather than prison. Months later, Ariadne exhibited graphite prints at the library's community gallery. She titled series Partial Selves. Guests praised eerie elegance. One visitor, a local dance instructor, asked if she'd ever considered translating drawings into choreography. Ariadne laughed, startled by prospect of shaping the intangible. She said she'd think about it. When autumn came, the season of long-legged twilight, Ariadne arranged porch lanterns to cast larger canvases through windows. Shadows arrived promptly. She stood in living room's open space, feet bare on laminate, body humming. Slowly she mimicked their lines, a reach, a pivot, a suspended balance. She stumbled, laughed aloud. The shadows paused as if amused, then resumed. Practice became nightly, a duet across barriers. On winter solstice, she extinguished all interior lights and danced not with silhouettes but within them, spinning until dizziness collapsed her into sofa cushions. She fell asleep still smiling, first restful slumber she could recall. Thereafter, fear became reverence. The dancers still beckoned, but invitation no longer paralyzed. They were memory, possibility, the private language between tree branch origins and adult uncertainties. Darkness lost venom. It became rehearsal space. One spring evening, returning from a late shift, Ariadne paused on the driveway. Wind skimmed her hair. Stars pricked cerulean dome. She thought of 8-year-old self curled and petrified, and felt tenderness bloom. Into still air she whispered, "Thank you for not giving up on me." A linden sapling, planted where old trunk once rooted, shivered its infant leaves. Inside, she brewed chamomile. She arranged stuffed animals along headboard, not as barricade but nostalgia. She turned off lamp, let wall pool with living ink, and stepped barefoot into her own shadow to begin the night's dance. Sleek forms welcomed her like partners long rehearsed. Beyond windows street lamp glowed, wind teased new linden bough, and the night, at last, felt whole.